You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live, and welcome to the state of Michigan. And this is it, the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake St. Clair. Legendary place here, presented by 7. Can't wait to bring you 5 full hours of coverage of Championship Saturday here on FS1 this morning. We are down to 10 anglers from the original 221 who started this tournament. Our live coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. So we are looking forward to a big day. Always look forward to every day of fishing we can bring you live from this very, very special place. 430 square miles there. Let's go down to the state of Michigan and also neighboring Canada there and show the biggest freshwater system in the world, the Great Lakes. And right there in between Huron and Lake Erie, near Detroit, Michigan, is situated Lake St. Clair. We mentioned 430 square miles with an average depth of 11 feet. So that tells you something about this bowl, this natural lake. Yet it holds so many fish right there. There's our takeoff, which a couple of hours ago, I believe, was our takeoff. Is that right, Ronnie Moore?
Yeah, 2 hours ago they took off, Tommy. And hey, Lake St. Clair isn't classified among one of the Great Lakes, but by no means, it is a great lake, and we will see it show out today for sure.
It's pretty hard to catch the guy leading because I'm like 3.5 pounds behind. So I'm pretty sure I can catch 23 or something like that, but it won't work, I gotta go for 27, so I know I'm around it, but I didn't fish right yesterday. That's how I only had a 22.15. So
5 minutes out.
I gotta look for some new deals today.
Yesterday was so much fun. I was looking to catch as much as I could just to go fishing again today. I mean, derby aside, this lake has been amazing, and I'm just happy to go fishing out here another day. But I'm not fishing for any points this year. I'm fishing for the win. We ain't laying up today. Foot on the gas, and hopefully can show you a few big bass. There's a couple really good anglers in this top 10. Guys have been looking up to for the last several years, and love to be taking off out of Anchor Bay here with a couple of heroes. So hopefully we can show you what this place is made of.
We got a big plan. God's plan is bigger though. We got a plan to go crack some big smallies today. It's gonna be fun. Got to stay connected. My first 6 bites yesterday, I lost. They were all big ones. So, but then I ended up catching a ton. Don't know what to expect. Obviously we made it this far. Any fish that we catch after this point is a bonus fish. And man, it's just exciting to be here.
For sure, man. It's been a fun week. Honestly, didn't even know if I could catch 20 coming into this derb, so definitely a pleasant surprise. But man, there's a monster bag living in Anchor Bay. That's what it's going to take for me to make a run at this thing. So
hey, Championship Saturday, day 3. So I'm sitting in the 5th place. So yesterday I big one that I 2 missed, but I think if I all caught 26 pounds, I think. So hopefully today I wanna get all bite and 26, 27 pounds. I wanna get it.
So first thing, I'm gonna pull up to an area where I've started my last 2 days, and it's gone down fast. Both days I've had over 20 pounds before 7 o'clock. So we're hoping we can make that happen again. And if that kind of goes sideways, we're gonna run to a different area where I've been fishing in the afternoon. And there's only 10 boats out here from the open, so there's gonna be a lot less pressure on fish and less pressure on that area. So hopefully we can make something happen today. Regardless, we're just gonna go out there and have some fun.
Yeah, the last 2 days have been pretty magical, especially day 1. Had 27-12 with smallmouth, which is insane. Like that's a mega bag for here. So I'm on the right fish to win. I just have to get them in the boat. Yesterday I had 3 of those really quality fish, 5 pounds or bigger. They just come off, and there was no reason that they come off. They just did. So to win this tournament, I'm going to have like a perfect day. I've got to land everything that bites because there's not a ton of big ones. I mean, there's a ton of big ones out there. You just don't get a ton of them to commit to your bait. So if I have a great day, I'm going to get 5 big bites. Hopefully I get them all on the boat. And I think if I catch 25 today, I'm going to have a good chance to win this tournament. So anything less than that, my odds aren't very good. So I'm going to need 25 pounds a day. That's the goal. If I can get 25, I think I've got a chance for sure.
Well, there you go, a chance to hear from most of our top 10 there. It is a diverse lineup, these 10 who have qualified for, as we say, the original 221 who started. We've got guys from college here, as a matter of fact. We've got pros from the Elite Series. 3 of them, in fact, have decided to enter this tournament and made it to the top 10. So, Ronnie, we've got a great lineup and some guys who have caught them all week long.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Big field this week, almost maximum field. 225 is our max, and 221 entered this event. The top 10 are fishing today, and a lot of different things at stake. Jamie Bruce mentioned it. He was in the race for qualifying for the Elites last year, did not make it, came back this year and just decided to do one division close to home, this Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota trail. Basically, at the end of the year, he is shooting for the classic berth. Guys like Taku Ito, they can't fight for anything but the win and the prize money, almost $50,000 for the winner today. And this guy, Trevor McKinney, he has been so close. He's almost like a John Garrett. He knows John very closely. They competed together. He has been so close to qualifying for the Elites. He is still in contention this year to do so, 18th in points. And boy, he would love to go to the Classic, where he made his first Classic from the College Series. Ray Roberts, a couple years ago. He'd love to go back next year.
That would be quite a coincidence to go back your 2 trips to the Classic to the same lake in Texas. But Trevor McKinney starts this day 11 ounces ahead of a couple of other anglers, Jay Shakura, and then right behind him, Aaron Jagfeld, who is our local, lives in the neighborhood.
Yeah, he just graduated college just a few years ago, Tommy. We have a diverse and stacked field.
Absolutely. Welcome to you. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. At this time, I'd like to present our guest analyst here. How about the guy who won the last time the Elites were here, Joey Cifuentes, one of 2 wins last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Thanks for not being one of those guys who dropped in on this one just because they could fish St. Clair.
Yeah, man, I wish I was there, though. I can't lie. But yeah, I had a great season last year and love St. Clair. It's such a vast place and there's a lot of big fish in there.
Well, everyone's going to catch big fish today. Everyone you think all these guys can probably just get 20 pounds just like that, but somebody's got to have something extra in order to win this thing.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. That 5-pound class fish is so key to winning a tournament here. So.
All right. Well, we can't wait to look, and you can kind of guide us through this and what a special fishery it is. We don't go to any place that's like St. Clair.
No, and Tommy, we had 64 20-pound bags on day one. There were some anglers who were in the 80s with 19.5 pounds, and they're like, I got to catch a giant bag just to try to make a check, and then obviously even more to make the cut. Jamie Bruce was one of those guys lower with 20 pounds and change, caught 26.14 yesterday to get into 4th place in the event, the biggest bag overall. Trevor McKinney's day one of 27.12. So the difference in a 4 and a 4.5 is key, but the difference in a 4.5 and 5 can make your week.
Definitely a big part of the story here. That is Ronnie Moore, of course. Mike Stucon is here, and Such, I know you're looking at points races. We got elite anglers in this thing. We got a lot of things to keep track of today.
Well, the biggest, only one guy has pushed somebody out of our top 9 who's going to go on and fish the Elite Series next year, but a couple guys like McKinney have gotten close. Brett Cannon has gotten close. He's in position that in these last 3 events after this, he can move inside and be one of our elite qualifiers next year and fish 2025 Elite Series.
All right, that's what so much of this is all about, our EQs, our elite qualifier. All 9 tournaments they commit to with the hope of finding a pathway into the top level of competition with the Bassmasters. Let's go out onto the lake right now and let's pick it up appropriately with our leader to start the day, Trevor McKinney. Trevor, one of 2 anglers from, at least went to school in Illinois on this one.
At McKendree University, which has been a great college fishing school. We mentioned he had made the Classic a couple years ago from winning the College Classic bracket, and this was, like we mentioned earlier today, what Trevor has done over the first 2 days is very impressive, but he mentioned it. He lost a few yesterday.
That's a big one.
He'll want to catch every fish today and not give up that 11-ounce lead.
Ain't that big. Yeah, little one. Right on the top of the nose.
Let's get out to Trevor live now.
Yeah, you know, I've had a really slow morning so far. I've got 4, but none of them are fish that I need to catch if I'm going to win the tournament. So basically, I've got 0, honestly. looking for 5-pounders today is what I'm looking for, and I haven't got one of those bites yet. Seen a couple big ones, but they're just not reacting to my bait very good today. I've had a couple big ones follow it, and I'm just not seeing the fish that I have been. Been seeing a lot more fish, but we're going to keep on just poking around. I'm going to go to a couple maybe new areas that I haven't really spent much time in. The areas that I am fishing now, they're just kind of drying up on me. I'm just not getting the bites, not seeing the fish. So I'm going to go try some new stuff, and that's how this place is in practice. You know, I found 3 schools of fish that were all 4 and 5 pounders, and there was like 20 or 30 fish. So at any point in time, we could stumble across one of them big schools of fish and get right in a hurry. So I'm staying optimistic. I still think definitely we're going to catch them. Just hasn't been the crazy start that I was hoping for, but I still think we're going to catch them.
Well, you can tell a little bit of anxiety in Trevor's voice. Of course, starting in first place down to 6th place, but he said yesterday that he had plenty of places marked here. Plenty of places marked. He just hadn't got to him because he's caught him so well over the first 2 days.
Yeah, and it's not like he had a long run. Anchor Bay, which was a huge factor last year with 9 of our top 10. You can see most of our top 10 are in there today. And you have a lot more real estate in there. He said he had 50. He said in practice there was an area he had 30 or 40 waypoints of bites and different structures that he had not fished yet because he didn't need to. So he'll need it today probably, it seems.
How about the winner of our last elite event, Takumi Ito, out there doing very well at St. Clair. He always does well here.
He's the only one last year to have a bag over 25 pounds.
That's right.
He led day 2 of this tournament for the Elite Series. Yes. Fell just short to the man sitting to my left, Joey Cifuentes.
I think not so big. Oh, good one. Oh, good one. Oh, good one. Yes. Okay. Got it. Oh, it's chocolate. Okay, number 3. Okay. This one is a little bit smaller, I think. I will check. Yeah. 310, 311. Hey, number 3.
If you don't like creepy crawl, we got a bug hatch going on as well,
Yeah,
it seems.
how about
But
that?
Taku Ito, Tommy, man, winning Smith Lake. We know he's won on smallmouth before, but it just seems like this time of the year, post-spawn in the summer, north or south, it starts to come into his wheelhouse.
Super consistent throughout this tournament here. It's 23-2 on day 1, 24-3 on day 2. And the great thing about that, both well over the 20-pound mark, which would put you in the conversation to win.
Good one.
Some scenes from earlier today. We saw I can mention his third fish coming to the boat moments ago.
He's got a little bit of 2-prong approach. He's got the Anchor Bay deal, which you're seeing him do right now. At a certain point, he may head to the shipping channel right in the middle of the lake, not north or south, just dead center of the lake, to be able to maybe call an upgrade. He thinks he's going to need some of those to help him out if this spot doesn't produce 25 or 26 pounds off the get.
Got it.
Finished third in our elite here last year. To you know who.
Yeah.
Hey, number 3.
Well, we are underway now. This is it, Championship Saturday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, Lake St. Clair, presented by 7. And Jamie Bruce, the Canadian, hey, half of Lake St. Clair's. Bordered by Canada, and Jamie Bruce has come in here and started from down in the pack to put himself on top of the leaderboard. We will catch up with him, Trey Schroeder, Jay Shakura, Jack York, and all the rest of our top 10 when we return on Championship Saturday, Lake St. Clair. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, sponsored by 7 at Lake St. Clair, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Good Saturday morning. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. We have got the big final championship day down from a giant field to 10 anglers on this day, and a lot at stake. Take a look at what has transpired in the past 2 hours of fishing. They started a little more than a couple of hours ago here on Lake St. Clair, and Canada's Jamie Bruce, Kenora, Ontario. The man on top, Trey Schroeder, comes from a college background. First year with the Opens and with the EQ series. Doing very, very well here.
He was in the college bracket in 2021, I believe, or 2022 at Greenwood. He lost to Louis Minetti in that one too.
That's right.
Who ended up making it and winning to represent.
So let's take you to Anchor Bay, very popular, of course, last year, Joey Cifuentes. Most of the field, not you, but most of the field was in there.
Yeah, there's been a real, this time of year, a lot of fish congregating in this area and a lot of big ones too.
One thing that's
probably
different,
a little large to be.
One thing that's different, Tommy, this year, and Joey, it seems that even though it's similar time of year, maybe we're even here a little earlier, it's been so warm in Michigan that these fish seem to be a little ahead. There's not as many numbers in Anchor Bay, but there's bigger ones, and so it's worth spending all day in there.
Some of the footage from earlier today, Jamie Bruce engineering.
They're loaded up there.
His way up the leaderboard. All the way from 4th to 1st place. And you can see that weight there. That's the estimated weight.
Soft one.
By a bass track of 21 pounds plus. What a great start.
It's going okay. We're beating them up all right. It's just a matter of funneling through all the 4-pounders and finding a 5-pounder. It's not an easy task, but it's a fun one. I never thought I'd have to wade through a pile of 4-pounders, but here we are. You can see this huge mass of boats out here, and we're almost the closest boat into the break. I'm hoping the pressure's kind of kicking them this way, but we got some bait around and that. I'm gonna put her on high and go half a mile away and try to get around some bigger fish. These ones take a while to find and they take a while to catch, so we're just wasting time and we're trying to go max efficiency today. But yeah, no complaints on this end.
What do you think of that game plan, Joey?
It is a party out here, though.
Man, nothing like weeding through 4-pounders.
Yeah.
Trying to catch big ones, man. That place is it's a really special place.
Now, Jamie might be just fishing this one division, Tommy, but we mentioned it. He almost qualified for the Elite Series last year through the 9-event Bassmaster EQ race that we're going to be talking about throughout today. Decided to take a step back. He became a father earlier this year, and so he's spending more time at home, fishing around there, doing other kinds of content. Wanted to jump in this division, and so he was our leader at the Ozarks, Lake of the Ozarks, next to last event, going into the final day. So he knows pressure, and him being 4th, he gets to kind of chase the leader a little bit, knowing what that leader's dealing with in a tight event. That hey, he's got the lead, and that's where you want to be, but you don't have a big lead, so you're not comfortable with us chasing you.
Yeah. Just missed the elites by 5 spots last year, so great effort. Gonna give it his all to the last 3 events of this season for the Opens. Let's go out to Trey Schroeder. Trey from Theodosia, Missouri. First year in the EQs. Best finish so far. It's been a bit of a struggle for him. His best finish was 82nd at Neely Henry.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to get going on the Opens sometimes, especially fresh out of college. But Trey, like you mentioned it, from Missouri, not far from St. Louis region, which is really not far from McKendree in southern Illinois. But he is a whiz with electronics. One of those anglers that's quiet, unassuming, but if you let him hang around, he'll punish you. And this morning, he had a great morning. And you could tell on the map in Anchor Bay, you could say, hey, St. Clair's a bowl. It's relatively all the same depth. He is tucked up in the bay a little bit more. And like Jamie Bruce was saying, sometimes pressure pushes these fish, but sometimes there's little sand areas where a whole school can be there without pressure.
Yeah.
It's been going pretty decent, honestly. I was a little concerned that this dirty water would push out into this spot. We're way back here, as close as we can get to it without actually being in the dirty water, but we got a lot more grass today, and it's making it a little bit more troublesome to throw anything moving, but we still got off to a good start, and we have the rest of the day to go hunt us some big fish, so I think we're gonna stick around here just a little while longer, try to make a few upgrades, and then start running some fresh water and see what this place is gonna offer us up today.
It's his sixth ever bass event. His best finish was 82nd. So this is by far his best finish ever, making the top 10. First check as well.
Hooked up.
Get right back to that in a second. Oh, he looked way bigger out there. You barely got it, don't you? Yes, you do. Oh, come on. Oh, that's the worst landing of the morning. Come on. Oh my gosh. I got you now. Yep. Just wait till the people show up to start struggling to land one. But yeah, we've been catching them on a drop shot most of the week. When we got here, it was, if you seen a smallmouth and you threw a drop shot at him, he ate it. It wasn't rocket science. But after 220 of some of the best in the country have been throwing a drop shot at them for 8 days, they tend to stop eating it. And we're just experimenting with everything we got in this here Falcon. And we're just gonna keep doing it all day.
Got a Nelly?
Yeah, she's just under 4, so we're gonna call her a Nelly. We're still looking for some Ginas though. Gina is 5+. At least out here. Gina should really be a 6+, but I just like naming my fish.
Think he's looking for a Bertha? Catch all the Ginas he wants, as far as I'm concerned. That'd
Tommy,
be great.
I just want everybody to know, these guys do shower. They have great hygiene at times. All these bugs crawling all over them aren't because of smell. It is this time of the year up north. There is a bug hatch of some sort all the time.
I don't know who was worried about that, but at least we got them taken care of.
I promise you.
Let's get out to Jack York, Emory, Texas, Lake Fork guy. Had a great event last time out for the Open Sips in Oklahoma.
These last couple events, Tommy, have helped his stock for making the Elite Series. Moved way up, Such.
He's climbed every event, Ronnie. I've been looking at him. He was 67th, cut off 20 points, another 20 points, then 10 and 9. Now he's 5th in EQ points.
Having a great day. He's moved up 3 slots today during the course of the morning.
Yes. That's a good one.
Yeah, Lake Eufaula, very good. Jack York.
He said he really wasn't expecting this. He said he was hoping to catch maybe 20 a day and get out of here unscathed. Then he said this was far better than he thought.
You got me scared of him.
All right, Jack, we are live. Tell us about the morning so far.
So it's been a good morning. Kind of slower than usual, but We got 2 5s. I'll put the drop shot weights. 2 5s and 2 that we need to get rid of. So we're gonna keep poking around, but really been catching most of them on a little 6 cents party minnow, and kind of rotating a few different baits, but it's been good. Seeing quite a few. They're just dang bugs acting real smart today, so we're gonna keep poking around. If we can get 1 more 5 and maybe a few heavy 4s or something, have us a good bag. But I think they're gonna start biting here eventually. It kind of seems like it happens in flurries, honestly. Like you can go forever without catching one and then catch like 8 in 20 minutes. So we're just gonna keep poking around and throwing at every dot we see, burning up a bunch of this flat with my MBT Marines, and hopefully we stumble upon a few more 5-pounders today. I know I'll at least need to have 25, and Trevor and all those guys up top, they're gonna have to stumble, which I'm sure they won't, but if we have 25, I feel like we'd at least have a shot. So I'm gonna
Jack York talking about those fish getting a little smarter every day. That's what 220 boats will do for you over 2 days of fishing for sure. We got plenty more on the way, really just getting going here. It'll be a full 8 hours of fishing for 10 anglers today at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open here at Lake St. Clair. And Canada's Jamie Bruce on top of the leaderboard right now.
Lake St. Clair, different than most every other smallmouth place we'll visit on the Bassmaster Opens or Elite Series. We'll have Joey break down the differences a little bit when we come back.
Very much looking forward to that. We got that and plenty more on the way on Bassmaster Live from Michigan, Lake St. Clair, when we come back. Tomorrow, the Summer of Stars caps off with 2 huge championship games. First, Spain takes on Jude Bellingham and England in the Euro final. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. Eastern. Then, in primetime, Messi and Argentina defend their Copa America crown against Colombia. All on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Going to be a lot of sad soccer fans after this deluge of soccer we've had all summer. Kind of tails off, but what a great finale that looks to be right there. We're having a great finale to our tournament here. 6th stop for the year on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7. And what a place, Lake St. Clair, the top performer over the first 2 days. This young man from Illinois, well-traveled Opens competitor. He's certainly been very, very close many times. Trey McKinney.
Oh, he heard my bait. Here he comes.
Trevor McKinney.
Coming up to get it.
Excuse me.
That's a big one. Got him. It's a good one. It's a 4 or 5 pounder. One I need. It's a big one. Gosh, he's got a big head shake. I bet this is a 5. Come on. It's a good one. Look how pretty that water is. Come on, they don't give up. Look at him, look at that. Spit out a big old perch. There we go. You see that perch he spit out? That thing was like 6 inches long. That's more like it. Dude, they're everywhere. They're all over the place here. I'm about to wreck them. I don't know which one's a small one, but they're all small. But we're throwing one back. I'm gonna get rid of all of them. It don't matter.
I thought he spit something else out.
Yeah, I thought it was about to go bad there.
I thought he had thrown the bit there, as they say.
Landing those big smallmouth is the most stressful thing.
What are you talking about? You had him jumping in the boat last year. This event. You didn't even have
all
to
you got to
land.
do is sit back and let it happen.
Championship day, man.
Let's get out to Jay Shakura. What a season he is having, this angler from Wisconsin. This is some earlier footage from today, as you can tell from the light there. Start of our morning here, and Jay, if he's not performing at the top level, you wonder what's wrong with the world, because he is like Mr. Automatic this season.
He is fishing the maximum amount of days you could possibly do in Bassmaster competition. 4th straight top 10, Tommy. That is dating back to Lake Murray. He fished all 4 days there. Wheeler, all 4 days. He goes to Smith a week and a half later, all 4 days there as well. And now all 3 days of this Bassmaster Open. And one of these days, he's going to win one, Tommy, because he has been so close the last stretch. He's obviously a champion his rookie year at St. Lawrence.
4th at the Classic as well.
Yeah,
throw that in
exactly.
He's got up to 7th in the Elite Angler of the Year standings with a shot under 50 points away from the top.
That is much more of a race. I think it was going to be first to second was about 60 points, and now it's first to 10th is about 60 points.
This is his 4th consecutive top 10 down the elites. Amazing.
Not a big one. Thought maybe, but he might help. What are we working with here? Small as a 3-pounder. He helps a little bit.
3-2?
Yep. Keep calling out number 4 and it ain't getting much bigger. That's all right.
Good thing is, one thing about St. Clair is a lot of those, when the sun gets up and the starts getting further along in the day, a lot of those bigger fish start to bite. The fishing gets even better. So these guys are going to continue to cull.
Very much sight feeders, but St. Clair, we were talking about during the break and last break. Champlain, St. Lawrence, a lot of these places are much different smallmouth fisheries. Same quality, both all very, very good, but St. Clair is just a totally different animal, whether you're out in the lake or in the bay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this place is vast, very little contours, but this place is all about location and being in the right area. And it's so vast and hard to find those little sweet spots. But all these guys in the top 10, they have found those little areas, and they're going to continue to catch some good fish.
Watching some footage earlier from Aaron Jagfield. He is our local. Every Open has got to have a local that exceeds all expectations. And Aaron has been, frankly, awesome here.
Yeah, tied for second coming into the final day, 11 ounces behind. He just graduated a few months ago from Adrian College. He actually, because you're able to fish that final year, graduated early from school, finished college fishing, and was the team of the year with his partner Elliott for our Legends division of the college series. So he will be in our college classic bracket later this year. He obviously still has some work to do in college with the championship coming up, but I think he'll have to miss Leech Lake, or he won't fish the championship because they're on the same days.
Wow. So you're saying he's got 2 shots at the Classic remaining this year, right? He could make it here?
I believe so.
And make it to the bracket.
College,
Wow, that's a pretty good spot to be in as a college angler.
This is his first B.A.S.S. entry, though. 23-year-old from, I mean, it's a 15-minute drive from his house to the ramp.
He's from the neighborhood. No doubt about that.
That's a guy to look
They're
out
not
for.
Rochester
neighborhoods,
Hills.
Tommy. They're townships up
Townships.
there. Rochester Hills.
Don't bring that stuff into my township.
Yeah,
It's a beautiful
parishes
day in
and
the township.
townships and.
So the morning is pretty tough, but now the sun is coming and the fish little bit, I think the feeding. Always smallmouth very important sun. Very important. So I always look live scope and only in a 4.5, 5 pounder. I can see in a couple 3 pounder, but I'm no cast, I'm no fish. So I focus on a 4 pounder plus today. So if I catch a wall, so I think they're easy to limit, but I'm no fish. 3 pounder, no catch, 4 pounder. 4 pounder is I tried to get it, but Bassmaster Open is 200 people fishing. Fish pretty tough. So getting huge pressure. So I try to new many kind of bait and powder and so taku juice, taku powder, and I try to get a bite. But for big fish, always very smart, very smart.
The taku juice and the taku powder. I mean, how valuable would it be to get your hands on some of that, Joey?
He's not crazy. If you're a first-time viewer, he's not crazy. He's just crazy good. And when you come from Japan, there are some different things that you can implement.
Well, taku is not in that race right there. That is the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ, the elite qualifier circuit, which you fish all the events in this season in order to make it into the top 9 who will go on to the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. And Easton Fothergill.
It's a race.
Had fallen. Oh, man, it is a race. Look how close it is. 1 point separates Easton Fothergill from Dakota Ebert. Cody Meyer backing up there. Tucker Smith having a great season. And Jack York, he is out there today trying to get it done. Bassmaster Live and our coverage continues. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 at Lake St. Clair. Look at that beautiful shot of the terrific clear water there that is a hallmark of Lake St. Clair. That in the presence of so many smallmouth, even largemouth have made a play during the course of this tournament earlier. Day number 1, I think it was Ish Monroe, came in with a great limit of largemouth. But Jamie Bruce of Canada, the man who so far started the day down a few spots, has worked his way to the top very, very quickly. Stands up there, but can't shake Trey Schroeder and Jay Shakurit. They are close behind him there, and then a couple more anglers dropping back a little bit further into the 4-pound range. But we got plenty more dynamics to witness in that top 10 as that changes throughout this championship Saturday. So glad that you are with us here today. Again, we're down to 10 anglers on this final day from the original 220. Jay Shakurit, to no one's surprise.
How do you screw that up like that?
Doing great.
Joey, you kind of experienced last year what Jay is this year. He hasn't gotten the victories that you had last year, but getting on a hot streak and keeping it going from way different bodies of water is something that's impressive, and he's hooked up right now.
Yeah, you hear about the momentum in bass fishing and getting on a roll, and man, he's fishing really good, and this tournament's just right in his wheelhouse. So he's got a lot of good tournaments left to go.
Jay, our Rookie of the Year in 2022.
Look at the size of that one. You're mine. Come on. Look at that one. It wasn't coming off either. It's got to be close to 5. Yeah. 5-pounder. Although number 4, 5 pounds even. Bugs.
Give him close to 21 pounds and the lead.
It's a good trade. See you, buddy. Dude. 3 more. 2 more. Well, 3, but 2. We're getting there. Come on. Oh, they're still there too.
That's a big fish on all levels right there for Jay Shakira. It puts him in the lead, as Such mentioned. He is in good standing now, looking closer and closer to that trophy, but still a lot to be decided, and I expect there'll be some other 5-pounders show up today.
Absolutely, and these conditions are really optimal right now for fishing for smallmouth up here on St. Clair. It's perfect.
We've seen a handful of 6-pounders come in too. That's our Phoenix Boats Big Best yesterday, a 6-pound, 2-ounce. Greg Bohannon.
Yeah, Seth Fighter had a 6-1 on day 1. Tad Johnson had a 6-0 yesterday, 6-2 for Bohannon yesterday as well.
Yeah, something you mentioned too about the difference between us being there last year is these fish seem to be a little further along.
In the course of the week, it's insane.
A lot heavier, and
isn't that surprising, Joey? Guys coming in here were saying they haven't fed up yet.
Oh, really?
Well, that event was 2 weeks later. It was the end of July.
Yeah, it was later, wasn't it? But I don't know. It just varies on the weather every year. You have different weather conditions, and
it's really
bait move in.
He's long,
and it can change.
Woohoo! I don't know who that is, but thank you. You know who that is? That's the boys right there. Yes, sir. Number 3. We're gonna have to check him. Half an ounce upgrade. Sorry, bud. You're gonna have to. Thanks, girl. That's the kiddie pool over there. We still got a couple to get rid of.
Trey Schroeder there. Good job. I apologize to Trevor McKinney for calling him Trey.
They're cousins, man, and they're both doing
There's
really
another guy
well.
who you might have heard of that fishes on the Elite Series named Trey McKinney, so you can understand
We all
the
found
mix-up
out
there.
about Trevor years ago in high school fishing, where he was an All-American, had so many good finishes. He couldn't mumble a word on stage. He was so nervous as a kid, Tommy, and he has gotten so much better. Goes to McKendree, does so well, wins events, wins the college bracket. Now he's a grown man on the Opens, you know, right there on the cusp of making the Elite Series. And his cousin just took the short route, did it when he was 18, you know, and beat him to it. But very, very good angler, very good character angler. Trevor is, and Trevor's, not too bad of a fishing family if you count cousins.
That's pretty impressive.
That's the only bad thing about no wind on St. Clair is all those bugs. And they are in every hole in your body. And it is not fun.
Oh, man. Look at that. Wow.
Up hearing about the biting black flies will take a real chunk out of you up there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all kinds of bugs up there. But then when you're running down the lake coming back, you got them in your teeth. And
That's why you came back with the cowboy hat off your head, but in front of your face, like a little bit of a deflector.
Trying to block them.
It is different, though. We talked about the biomass last year. Everybody was an anchor bait except for Joey Cifuentes, which it worked out for you very well. But you had anglers catching fish and seeing crawfish claws and tentacles, you know, sticking out of their throat or in their live well, the shells of them. You had perch eaters. There's other species of bait fish as well. And it's pretty shallow in the bay, but it's got all the right recipes. It's plenty of clear off spaces. There's some grass areas. The depth's conducive, but you can this is still a big area.
Yeah, and I think if you noticed earlier, that big old perch that jumped out of the fish that Trey caught, Trevor.
Trevor, yeah.
But you know, that to me, in that area that I won last year, there was a big concentration of those perch. And he's obviously in a little area, and I think throughout the lake you'll see where those perch congregate, and the bigger smallmouth, they just love to eat those things, and I think he's got a little sweet spot here where he's at.
Do you feel, that's the big difference here, is getting in the right area for the 4s or 4.5s or 5s. You know, you can have a great practice and finish 110th this week because you caught 20 pounds a day. Like, you have to separate yourself. Did you see over the times you've been to St. Clair, perch eaters weighing heavier or crawfish eaters weighing? Is there a correlation of like, okay, my fish are feeding on this and they may be a couple ounces heavier on average?
Yeah, I mean, over my history of being on the lake, I've seen, you know, several times that if you keyed on where those perch are at, you were going to find bigger fish. So that's something that I always look for when I'm over there.
Trevor McKinney trying to work his way back to the top spot, first place where he started the day. Of course, if you listen to Trevor all week, he said, it's not about place for me, it's about the bait. The bait is what he kept talking about. So with that in mind, let's turn it over to Trevor McKinney for today's Bass Pro Shop's Top Lures.
Hey guys, Trevor McKinney here. We just finished up day 2 on Lake St. Clair in the Bassmaster Open, and I'm leading the tournament. I've got over 49 pounds, and I've done all my damage on this new Crush City mare. This is a 2.5-inch mare made by Crush City. It's a new bait that will be released at ICAST this year. Unfortunately, you can't get them yet, but this is a bait that you should be excited about because this bait is a smallmouth machine. It catches every smallmouth dang near that you throw it in front of. I've weighed all 10 bass on this mare. I'm throwing it on a 1/4 ounce B.A.S.S. It's a new jig head that we've got, and it's a tungsten jig head. It's a really nice jig head. It's got the new B.A.S.S hook in it. This is an awesome setup for smallmouth. I don't fish for smallmouth a ton, but I can tell you that this makes a bad smallmouth fisherman look good. I've caught, I don't know, hundreds of smallmouth this week on this bait. It's pretty much all I've thrown. I've got 2 rods on my deck, both with this bait tied on, so hopefully I can catch 5 big smallmouth on this bait tomorrow and bring this thing home on Lake St. Clair.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. This is the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on Lake St. Clair in Macomb County, Michigan here. A live coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. Appreciate that. A lot to see here. Again, we got 430 square miles in this vast place. And not only that, we connect to the St. Clair River. You go all the way up to Huron. You can get on the Detroit River, go to Lake Erie. But most of the action right here in the main lake. And Right now, it's Wisconsin's Jay Shakura, the man on top. Well, he has been unstoppable the last few weeks in the world of bass fishing, for sure. Jamie Bruce from Canada, tucking up into second place there now.
Tommy, we talked about that in all of our live well previews, the Elite Series, this event, all these. In the past, if you left St. Clair, or you had to leave St. Clair to win, and now the last couple years of events, if you leave St. Clair, you can't win because it's getting so good here. You need 8 hours.
And some of that's
fishing.
time of year too.
Yeah, time of year dependent, but yeah, the rivers, it's not worth losing an hour of fishing time to run one way or 2 hours total. So you better stay on St. Clair if you can, as we go out to Jamie Bruce and we can see his electronics as he's hovering over fish, 11 feet of water. It's real shallow.
That ain't a bass. Another muskie probably. Decoyed us. That one is though. Uh-oh. Got a bonus grass mat with them. Look at that. That's a little one anyway. This grass out of here. Thank you. Imagine dealing with that in your reel on a big one. No thanks. Yeah, there's 3 or 4 of them there, and usually the little 3.5 to 3 3/4 are ganged up like that, and not always, but the big ones are 1 or 2 packs. But you still got to flock shoot them to find out.
Got our second best bag of the week, 26-14 on day 2 to jump from 44th to 4th place. Make this top 10. Chance at the victory.
We've had one Canadian winner over on the Bassmaster Elite Series this season. Down in Florida, as a matter of fact.
Corey, yeah. One big thing Jamie Bruce said, day 1 had 20 pounds and change, like we mentioned, 44th place, down the leaderboard. You'd expect 20 pounds that you'd be much more successful, but not the case. He said he caught his fish pretty early, before, 8:30, 9 o'clock, 20 pounds, ran over to the lake, the main portion of the lake on the Canada side, figured he'd upgrade, fished all day and was never able to really upgrade. So he said day 2, I hunkered into Anchor Bay all day long, and then he brings in 26 plus pounds, and it's those little things. I remember a few years ago when Bill Weidler won, Jake Whitaker finished 4th, and he was in the river doing something different, but he left the river after having a certain amount of weight on day 1 to go cull up in the lake, never did. Every other day he stayed in the river and upgraded in the afternoons and was 1 bite from winning the tournament. So Brucey knows today he's going to have another 26 to make up for his judgment call mistake or the balance of spot positioning on day 1.
Now, Joey, in last year's Elite event, everybody caught a limit every day. Here we've had 200 limits first 2 days out of 221 guys, but that pressure is probably part of the reason why those 20 guys didn't catch a limit. But to make the cut, the top 45, you had to add 20 pounds, 11 ounces a day. Would you be happy with 20 pounds here? You'd think you would be, wouldn't you?
You'd think you would be, but it's just not going to be a player. I mean, you've got to have those upper 4 to 5 pounders.
Talking to me, Edu, hooked up live. Taku averaging 23 plus a day to get where he started, 5th place.
I think good one. I think. Ooh, it's giant, giant. Oh,
Wow.
giant. Oh, giant. Oh, giant. Coming, coming, coming. Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, yes. Got it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ah. Gosh. Oh, it's giant bass. Oh yeah, gosh. So, very tricky bass. I try to
Oh man. Hey, we'll try to get you a weight on that, but
we'll deal with a couple tricky bass if they're that size, Tom. He's got all day long to get a couple more tricky bass that are that size.
Well, Taku had fallen down to 9th place. That is going to improve his standings considerably. Another big one in the scheme of things here today. We got more big ones on the way, that is for sure. Plenty more fishing to come, hours and hours of it from Lake St. Clair in Michigan. We'll be right back. Rolling on with our live coverage of the 2024 St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on Lake St. Clair. Jay Shakura of Wisconsin, the man on top of that leaderboard right now, started a few slots down, but man, didn't take him long to put together. Hey, we're 70.5 pounds already today, and that's 3 days of fishing, ladies and gentlemen. Jamie Bruce of Canada has moved up into 2nd place. The local, always got a big-time local, shows up big time in all of these open events, and this time around it's Aaron Jagfeld of right here in the Detroit area. Trey Schroeder and Takumi Ito just moved up from 9th place all the way to 5th. Caught a giant out there. We got Joey Cifuentes with us here, helping us unlock what's going on here. Joey, who won last year with the Bassmaster Elite Series on his 2nd win of that 2023 season. And what's different to you seeming this time around? Or does it seem pretty much the same thing, Joey?
I'm just looking at the quality of these fish and how much heavier they are. You know, we were just talking about about 22 to when I won, maybe close to 23 pound average for 4 days. These guys are on track, if it was a 4-day tournament, to hit close to 100 pounds. So the fish they seem to be a little further along. They're healthier, they're bigger. This place just keeps getting better and better. One of my most favorite places to fish.
One of our most favorite to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There's one of your Elite Series compadres there, Kenta Kimura. He's a big figure in the opens. He's been fishing them for 15 years.
He's been a stalwart, especially when he started fishing both the Elites and the Opens, staying on the water for 18, 19, 20 events a year. He keeps that momentum flowing. It's been a little bit of a tougher Elite Series go. He's 55th in the points. He needs this win today to lock in a classic berth, but 15th in the EQ points race. So he may sneak in there again and get in the top 10, qualify again, but he would double, so it would drop down to 10th place to qualify. But Kenta's getting to the point, he does go back to Japan every year, but he has spent probably in his life, now half of his life in America and half, whereas a lot of our other Japanese anglers are still in their first few years competing here. He's been here for as long as I can remember, and so probably over half of his life.
He fishes both Elites and Opens. This is 101st B.A.S.S entry, this event.
Wow.
Won over $500,000 here. Well, he had a 5.11 yesterday. Helped him out big time.
He's fallen to 10th, but this was the good one from earlier that he does have on the board.
It's just hot. All right. Just high 3. Whew.
Looks like a good old classic tube.
300
throw in there.
Yards from what it was at yesterday. I'm sure they're in the shallower.
What I love about Kenta is that, when we think about Japanese anglers, we always think about finesse tactics and light line and going smaller than normal. Kenta's the anomaly. He is the big glide bait, aggressive crankbaits, interesting chatterbait, spinnerbait type designs that he brings over, big swim baits, like we mentioned, like soft or hard swim baits. And they're a 2.
Yeah.
Not many people throw it, and that's just a way. You can be more aggressive and fish a little bit more power with that.
Yeah, you could tell the way he was getting that fish in. He was horsing it in, so.
He thought it was a heavy 3, ended up coming in, Tommy, as a 4 1/4 for him. So it doesn't look good when everyone else has a limit and you only have 1, but 4 more bites like that and you'll be right there at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if it's the first hour or all 8 hours.
Yeah, it's all about getting 5 of the right bites. I mean, you're not really concerned about catching the 3 and the 4 pounders. You just need 5 big ones.
That was your plan of attack here last year, was it not? That you were catching 1 every hour and a half or so?
Yeah, that's what I, throughout practice, finding a spot. I didn't care about catching numbers. I just wanted a quality, and that's what you have to. That's what it takes to win. So that's exactly what I did.
Get back out to Jamie Bruce. He's in second place to Jay Shakur at 1.5 pounds right now, but he's got the same weight as Jay. 21 pounds and a quarter. And a third, I should say, 21.4.
Oh, no more of that jumping. We are done with that, sweetheart. That is a freaking magnum. Not that I want to psych myself out, so I gotta land this thing with my hands. She ain't anywhere near ready. There's no way. It's a 6-pounder. Whoops.
Did you lose it?
Oh, it's a 5-pounder. I had it like under the back of it, and I didn't want to give her the lift yet. And, brutal. Way of the road.
These smallmouth are so hard to get in your hands sometimes. Just slipped away.
Come on, no. He said about 12 seconds before he attempted to grab it, she's not ready. No way she's ready.
Yeah.
Well, that happens sometimes.
He didn't bring it in on the replay either.
No, it's twice he's
He had 2 shots at it right there.
Yeah.
We'll just get this one instead. Oh, she's close range though.
Easy way to forget about it, hook up with another one, hopefully just as big.
Same size.
How cool is that? Just lose a 5-pounder, a few seconds later, pitch out there, catch another one.
Smallmouth, it could be the same one.
I mean,
like they
could
bite again.
I
They could bite again.
that fish, I would have floated over there. I might have gone the other way and not had a chance at this one. Ooh, she's in some sweet Chilean sweetgrass here. Look at that's gonna add to the landing factor.
I think maybe he'll be a little more patient with this one.
This is that school of giants from yesterday. They just relocated another 500 yards up. Man, are they strong. It ain't like I'm using a little medium light or nothing. There's nothing you can do but fight them. Oh, Steve. Bigger than the last one. Come on, baby. Oh, that's a magnum, son. Let me get my mitts on you. Oh, I do not like how that thing's hooked. That's the lift I was talking about with the last one.
Come on, Jamie.
A little premature.
Oh, no.
Come here.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, my gosh.
I thought I was the worst person that landed fish.
That's bigger than the last. Kick my throttle in gear there. We're really charging now. See, that's why you can't lose it. This one is bigger than the last one. I never would have got a shot off at this one had I have landed that last one and been dealing with all this. So everything's coming up Millhouse. Shaking like a damn leaf. 5-pounder.
He said it this morning, Tommy. One of the only people in our top 10 not fishing for points. I'm fishing for wins. I need this. I want this. To make the Classic would be huge. Narrowly missed out on having a Classic shot earlier this year in the nation. He'll have a chance at the championship later this year, but to win today, he'd add to the list of Canadians fishing at Ray Roberts next year, and maybe keep an eye on him for fishing all 9 of the Opens next year as well.
Could be the man of destiny. Not everybody gets a second chance like that. That was fortuitous, to say the least.
Third and fourth, they're a little fumbling. Well, he was in the EQ spot 10th to make it to the elites last year in the last event. Fell out, had a 97th down there.
I don't know, if you have a heart condition, you might not want to watch another Jamie
That's
Bruce fish landing.
Bug fear
he doesn't
or
have one.
heart condition. That's
Yeah, if you have bug fear, arachnophobia also, you might want to think twice. We'll give you those warnings. But I warn you, there's plenty more big fish on the way as well. That's what we expect when we come to this tremendous place here, Lake St. Clair. What a fishery, and the way it's showing out this week is just exceptional. More to come on Bassmaster Live when we come back. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox, as Matt Olson leads the Braves against Manny Machado and the Padres. Or the Twins take on the Giants. All begins tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Meanwhile, we are right in the middle of Championship Saturday, 6th stop of the year. The St. Croix Bassmaster Opens presented by 7. This one, the Bassmaster Open at Lake St. Clair, and Jay Shakuri of Wisconsin taking a turn over here from the Bassmaster Elite Series to keep, hey, he's striking while the iron's hot, folks. He's a momentum man on the Bassmaster Elite Series for sure this year, and he is on top. Jamie Bruce right behind him. We just saw Jamie Bruce catch a 5-pounder after losing a 5-pounder. I mean, immediately after that. So actually, Jamie's the man who just climbed on top there, and so Ronnie, he's going to be our Mercury move of the day.
Yeah, and we talked about it not only today, because he needed 2 fantastic days, 2 of the best days of the tournament to make the comeback. 20 pounds on day 1, was down in the 40s, had to make a big jump yesterday, the biggest bag of day 2, 26 and change, and today needed another one of those upper echelon 24, 25-pound bags, or like Takuito said, a 26-pound bag. He is well on his way. Everything over 4, one of those over 5. He could have had 2 over 5, but he said, hey, if I landed that first one, I wouldn't have caught a bigger one, which he just did. So he's got the bag he needs to have a great finish, Joey, but he has a little bit of work to do to have the best finish of today.
Yeah, he's got to get some more of those 5-pounders in the boat.
That is the project for everyone out here today for sure, and we'll see if he can hang on there. He came so close last year, just missed it by 5 spots, making it to the Elite Series. Back out to Kenta Kimura, Elite Series angler.
Huh. There you go. Just keep her. Just 3-pounder. keeper. I hate to keep it, but I might have to. He had something in the mouth. Can't tell. Maybe crawfish or something.
Kenta Kimura, just a keeper. He called that one right there, but needed. He needs to fill out his limit. Let's get back over to Takumi Ito.
Still on 4 fish. We saw him catch a 5-pounder not that long ago. He had the big bass in last year's elite tournament, a 6'2", matching this week's big one so far. You tied for a day big bass in winning, Joey, last year, 5-1, final day. Probably a very important fish.
Well, there's no doubt that Taku's got some experience here, and he knows how to get those big ones to bite. So,
this is his first Open, Tommy, since the year he qualified for the Elites. He said, I'm back in the Opens for this event. He's only fishing this one. So if he wins today, he doesn't get a Classic entry, but he would still bump it down 1 spot in the Elites because he would take away from an Opens winner. He still needs, on the Elite Series, to stay in the cut. His win at Smith got him inside the top 40 in the Classic, but 2 events left. We would assume he would do very well at Champlain and St. Lawrence.
You're going to think so, yeah.
For
well,
sure.
He won at St. Lawrence before, yes.
Yes.
But he jumped 21 spots with that win in the AOI. He was 60th and in jeopardy of missing the Classic. But we figured, yeah, once we went north.
But there were a lot of guys last year that we assumed would do well, and they did not. Obviously, with technology and the way it's changed or helped guys break it down quicker, with him also having a good track record on these last 2 fisheries, he should be good. But he wanted to get in there today, I think he just loves Lake St. Clair. I know he has some friends in the Michigan region that he used to stay with when he came to America. And so being able to come back close to some stomping grounds, I guess, when Kenta Kimura came to America, it was Texas and East Oklahoma. When Taku did, it was more of the Michigan region, and now he lives in Georgia.
Yes, small one. Yes.
Looking for number 5.
Well, that looks like a big one.
No. Oh, big one. Big one. No. What? That's huge. Oh, yes, got it. Yes. Gosh. Oh, wet. Wow. That's huge. Wow. This fish, first time I missed the hook set, but second time, get it.
Takuhito filling out his limit in fine style with a 5-pounder and a 4.5-pounder. That's the way you get things on track there. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We got our special guest here, Joey Cifuentes, our winner last year at St. Clair on the Bassmaster Elite Series, learning a lot about what's the same and what's different from last year. Big fish seem to be common between both years, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hey, you know, we looked at, before we started, we saw all the cameras coming up, and I looked at it and I said, man, this is like watching a marlin tournament. You can't tell. You're not giving away anybody's place by looking at any of these shots on this vast place, but there is one individual.
Yeah,
there's one individual who could probably look at just about any shot from there and tell you where they are, and I think we're hooked up with him right now. Mark Zona, can you hear us?
I absolutely can, Tommy Sanders, and this is one of those weird tournaments, man. This is one of those weird tournaments, and here's what's interesting about this event. Number one, not having Joey Cifuentes in our top 10 on the water today. but the one amazing thing about this tournament, Tommy, is looking at how it's transpired. This is one of those events, and you and I have covered tournaments when we're at the weigh-ins, where you come to the day one weigh-in with 20 pounds and you're tiptoeing through the jewelry store thinking you did something, and you virtually did nothing. If you look at the weights in this tournament so far, I mean, I was talking with Chris and Corey Johnston yesterday, even the locals that fish, if you looked at the tournaments the last couple weeks, this tournament is mind-blowing because 20 to 21 pounds got you in the hunt the last couple weeks on Lake St. Clair. And big hats off to Hank Weldon, getting these guys on the water day one of this tournament, even though there was still residual big wins the first morning of the event on Thursday. The way it has been really from Thursday afternoon, yesterday to today, the best, the most apex smallmouth conditions you could ever ask for.
Z, I got a question for you. You've been here a lot at St. Clair. You live in Michigan and fish a lot of different lakes. What's this time of year like? Has it been really hot in Michigan that has moved these fish,
Yes.
progressed them along? What's the deal there?
Ronnie, that's actually a great question. In all honesty, probably the hottest June I have ever seen in my entire life in the state of Michigan. We've had 90 degrees basically for the last 3 weeks. We had a little cold snap, relative cold snap that came in about a week ago. But for the most part, what's interesting is to look at your map today, guys. And Joey, you can relate to this. You were the only angler in the top 10 last year fishing on the Canadian side. To look at that map, and every single angler in your top 10 is on the U.S. side, is mind-blowing to the guys that fish this lake every single day right now. And the other thing, there's a dynamic right now in Anchor Bay. Anchor Bay for the last 30 years of my life fishing tournaments here and shooting shows. Yeah, you see Anchor Bay, and Tommy, we've talked about this. You see Anchor Bay as a player here or there, but to see the dominance right now with Anchor Bay, the fish are just built differently in there. If you look at how they're gutted, they're thick. Out on that main lake, it's hard to find those fish that are, 19 inches and weigh 4.5 to 5 pounds. And again, you can't say this enough. There's a dynamic in there with the forage, the environment. There's a lot of grass in there. Those clean spots in Anchor Bay have just produced over and over and over the last 3 years, where you really didn't see that a decade ago. You did not see that. You saw big bags, but not the consistency that you see now. And definitely when you combine the perch and the crawfish all together, it's a dynamic. And look, there's more grass in Anchor Bay, really, than there is in the rest of the lake. When you get off the mile roads and you get down near Bell River, and it just, I don't know. It's almost like they don't leave Anchor Bay anymore, where they used to in years past.
Well, it's incredible, and we are the recipients of some great fishing today. All that pressure, one more question for you, Z. All that pressure of 220-plus boats. Now, how is that going to affect how it plays out to the end of today?
Oh, it's St. Clair, man. What's weird is you talk about pressure. Look, you take away the 220 boats. there's 1,000 boats on Lake St. Clair every weekend. It's just one of those lakes that sustains a true beating. If coming into this tournament, and Ronnie, I would almost texted you, and I would have looked like a total idiot. I almost texted you, this is going to be one of the tougher St. Clair events that you guys have ever covered. Boy, would that have been a wrong text to send out to you.
Z, we previewed this event based on other tournaments, like you said, the last couple weeks. We said 60 to 75 20-pound bags, and that's how many they had on day one of this tournament, Tommy. So they blew it out of the water this week.
Absolutely. Z, thank you so much. All your expertise at St. Clair is much, much appreciated. The great Mark Zona joining us there to add to the mix and improve our understanding. It was great Bass beatdown we are witnessing this week with the Bassmaster Open, the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. We're going to take ourselves a quick break. There is plenty more fishing on the way. Jay Shakurit still on top there, but not by a whole lot. Ahead of Jamie Bruce, the race at the top between those two guys, one from Wisconsin, one from Canada, and the man from Japan lurking very close behind, Takumi Ito. Stay with us here, and there's more to come from Lake St. Clair on the other side. Bassmaster Live, and our live coverage continues. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open, sponsored by 7, presented by 7, here at Lake St. Croix. St. Clair. I'm sorry, St. Croix and St. Clair together. Dakota Lithium, though, the one thing we know for sure is Dakota Lithium is sponsoring our coverage here today, and we have seen some incredible things so far. We knew we'd have great bass fishing, and it's going to happen all day long. That's the way St. Clair works as well. Get out on the lake here. Again, we have 10 anglers left after our original 221 started 3 days ago. This is Championship Saturday. Let's get out to Lakeland, Florida's Blake Smith. Good outing in the elite qualifiers, the EQ route last year, 26th place finish. Looking to improve on it this year. This lake is helping.
Lord, you know I need this fish. Please, Lord. This is a very big one. And it's going to wear him out. Really big. Oh my goodness. Come on, baby. Thank you, Lord. Yes. I mean, look at that. That's fun. I don't care who you are. Gosh. Man. All right, so we got to get rid of a 3-4. I think that'll do it. $313. 19 even for number 5. Yes.
One of the only lakes in the country, Tommy, where when you have 19 even mid-morning of the final day, you felt like you probably fell to 10th place. Yeah. You know, you haven't. I basically have nothing right now.
Well, it's all about putting everything in perspective. This is a special place for sure. Blake needed that one. His season is improving now as it goes towards the end. He just barely missed the cut at Eufaula last time.
He's a 40-year-old from like you said, Lakeland.
Moving at him too quick.
23rd event. He's trying to best his 7th place at the Harris Chain in 2021. He's got 5 girls, 5 daughters.
Wow. He missed the
oh, you dummy.
Missed the elites by 1 spot back in 2021, I believe.
Short lined him. Oh, this one's gonna be a jumping son of a. Added a little extra real estate, just taking a step back. I didn't get a good look at her, but usually these ones that you got to coax all the way to the boat are not small. The small ones just come up and crush it. Sometimes. Big one.
Got a pair of
This
4.4s as his small fish. He and Jay Shakir at leader have 22.4 on the day, estimated on Bass.
We're just gonna keep her cool and kosher and just get this fish in the Lund, please. Oh no. She ain't that big. Might help. Plus I need to practice grabbing them.
I don't know if it
on a
does.
4-pounder.
I don't know.
As long as a 5-pounder. Bit about 6 inches from the trolling motor.
No help.
No go, sir.
Following up on Blake Smith, we mentioned it. Just 1 spot out of the elites a few years ago. Josh Douglas eked him out, to make that. He's had multiple heart surgeries. He's had some different things go on there. He also leads the Meet the Pros for the Opens. They show up, go to a local church on the weekends before, like during the first few days of practice, and they get to meet people, and a bunch of pros are with him. So Blake has found his home on the Opens and is here for the duration of it.
I think it's cool.
Trevor McKinney, your leader to start the day.
It's a nice one.
We saw him while we were talking to our friend Mark Zona. Landed one.
Yeah, he did.
Looked like it would help him, but he definitely still had all those other ones to get rid of, so he's just slowly and steady getting rid of 3-pounders. You do not want to weigh in a 3-pounder at Lake St. Clair.
He's got 4 of them still in his 5-fish limit on Bass Track. At our day 1 big bag, the big bag of the event. 27 pounds, 12 ounces on day 1.
Trying to win this thing wire to wire. That is a hard thing to do when you got 220 boats in the mix.
Especially when last year's Elite Series event had 4 different leaders for the 4 days.
That's right.
That one should upgrade for sure.
Most of the time, I'd love to catch one that size, but on Lake St. Clair, it's just not good enough.
At 17.8, McKinney's 8 pounds behind his average of almost 25 a day.
Let's get back to Blake Smith. Caught one.
You don't get much funner than
under
that right
4
there.
pounds. Yeah, that is fun.
Just got to keep them connected. That's the key. Especially when they start to come up and get crazy-eyed. Okay. I think he might help us a little bit.
I think so.
Trying to avoid hooking him in the tongue. That is so much fun.
Blake Smith starting to go through some numbers here. That can't be a bad thing. Absolutely. Having fun out here, as he professes. How could it not be? Always great, great fish catching. You probably had a look at the new redesigned 2024 Toyota Tacoma. Everyone knows the reputation of the Tacoma. What a great truck that is. And what a resale value it has. All these other attributes it's got now. Look at those looks. And now there's a chance that you could win one at the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. You can enter daily now all the way through September 19th. So I would not hesitate. I'd scan the QR code, get on that, start to entering to win. You can enter every day. Tomorrow, the Summer of Stars caps off with two huge championship games. First, Spain takes on Jude Bellingham and England in the Euro final. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. Eastern. Then, in primetime, Messi and Argentina defend their Copa America crown against Colombia. All on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Big, big finale for that one there. This is the finale day here in our St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7. Championship Saturday on Lake St. Clair. Magnificent Lake St. Clair here in Michigan, between Lake Erie and Lake Huron. Jay Shakura to Wisconsin. Kind of a Great Lakes-oriented guy, to be sure, on top of our leaderboard right now. Jay fishing over here from the Bassmaster Elite Series for this week and possibly the next 2 Opens as well. There are 3 more Opens actually on our schedule.
Yeah.
But there's 2 in this division.
2 in this one.
Division 3.
That he'll be signed up for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get back out on the water again. We're down to 10 anglers on this day from our original 220 plus competitors out there. A lot more room to move around for sure. Of course, you get all the stress of the final day falling down on everyone, especially the man who started with the lead, Trevor McKinney.
I catch the ones that are this big.
Gained 4 ounces with his last fish. Still got a 3-4 among his 5. Another small call.
Still down there in the 18-pound range. He knows he's going to need a lot more, something closer to his first day's total if he wants to get this thing locked down, and he's a ways from there.
Begging. Dude, that's a
Jagville, our local, definitely in the mix here. Has had a great jump, but that looks like a good one there.
It's gonna help. Come here. Come here. Where are you going? Come here. Come on. Yes. That's the kind I'm talking about. Come on now. Just barely hooked. Gosh, man. They don't want to eat anything. That's a good one. Well, I've kind of figured out where I think they moved to, and this little like 100-yard stretch right here, I've been seeing a ton of them, and they're all chasing my bait and just won't eat it. This is where I caught that 5-pounder earlier, and just came back through here and caught another good one. I mean, it's definitely the right kind, 4.5-pounder. So, sort of
Well, Aaron Jagfeld, in addition to being a real big-time hammer here on Lake St. Clair, and he just lives around the corner here, also coming off a tremendous college career at Adrian College in Michigan there. So good has been his final season competing for Adrian that he and his partner have made it to the bracket competition.
Yes, so the format's different this year, Tommy. Normally it's the team of the year overall, and then first, second, third in the championship gets those 4 bracket spots where they can break apart and be individuals. But this year with the expanded field sizes, a lot more people, you've got multiple divisions, and they won the points race for the Legends division, which featured Saginaw Bay. I believe it also featured Sam Rayburn. But you got to be well-traveled, well-skilled to do that, and Aaron has proven that for sure. This is one stepping stone in his dream.
Great story. We had a chance to sit down and talk to Aaron about his great college experience and everything else that's been on his mind on this special week. That is our Tackle Warehouse Dock Talk for today.
Aaron Jagfeld here, Bassmaster Open, Lake St. Clair. We're here at Harley Ensign Park. This lake, this time of year, is setting up like a summertime fishery. We just moved out of that post spawn, and we're getting a deep push to these fish. A lot of those fish haven't fully made it out yet, but luckily I was able to find a school that made that first push out, and each day it seems like there's more fish showing up. There's no hard structure out there, so these fish are just roaming. Any day those fish could be there or leave the next, so you don't really know. This is actually my first Bassmaster Open. I just graduated college in December from Adrian. My partner and I fished all 3 of the Legends Trail tournaments, and Elliot and I were lucky enough to win Team of the Year, so we're fishing the bracket in September, and then we got the National Championship left. My ultimate goal is I want to be on the Elite Series. I've had that dream now for the last 7-8 years, and to be here at the Bassmaster Open inside the top 10 is an incredible experience.
Well, congratulations to Aaron and Elliot. Man, big things happening for them.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Tell me about your morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I had a pretty tough morning, I had, coming into day 1, I had 3 schools of fish out in basically the middle of nowhere, and by the end of yesterday, there was only 1 left. And, but it was a big school, and, I thought this morning, I kind of beat on them a little bit yesterday, but thought they would regroup this morning and be able to catch them again, but, went there this morning, they were not there. Caught 1 4-pounder and a couple little ones, and so this is an area that I've been fishing in the afternoon, but usually haven't been here until 1 o'clock, and had to come here a little earlier today, and honestly there wasn't much doing, and we just got into this little stretch, and I caught a 5 earlier today there, and then just caught another like 4.5. So I'm going to kind of stick through this area and see what happens, but I got a couple other things to hit later in the day, just kind of beat bop around, and then maybe come back here, but need 2 more big bites to get us back over that 23.5, 24-pound hump. So man, it's been incredible.
That fish was a 4.5-pounder, got him over 20 pounds up to 3rd place, about 1.25 pounds off the lead. He started 11 ounces out of the lead in 3rd.
Having a great day there. Don't count him out either. Let's get over to another angler with a big-time college connection here. The College of McHenry, of course, from Missouri. Trey Schroeder.
Oh, yeah, that's a bite.
They made the bracket multiple times, him and his old partner, Tyler Christie.
A little loose. Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
I like how Trey's kind of tucked in back in there by himself. That can be a good deal, maybe less pressured fish.
It's weird to hear that it's the hottest June they've had. I don't know what the normal water temperature would be, but guys talking about Anchor Bay being 68 degrees, but you obviously have those rivers flowing from Huron, some of those deeper lakes, Erie and Huron, the water. Erie, obviously we flow into Erie, but the water coming from Huron is a lot deeper, a lot cooler, and so it can, I guess, impact certain areas. That one not getting in the vote for Trey there.
Wow. That's crazy. They're just barely getting it. I guess I shouldn't have pulled on them at all. Should have just let them dig around. Oh my gosh. We have not been doing.
I remember other events here. Anglers, I was thinking of Stetson Blaylock in an event about 4 or 5 years ago, having to keep moving out. Later in the summer, keep moving out day to day. He would get farther and farther. He'd have to push out farther to keep up with these fish, and it seems to be a little bit of that going on here.
That's why I asked Aaron. Trey's hooked up again. I asked Aaron about his spot selection and why he chose maybe deeper, maybe more out in the middle of the lake than anchor, and he just wanted to be where they were headed. Those ones that are already out. They get ignored a little bit more, and it has worked out for him.
Looks like a freaking drum down there. She's so fat. Gosh, what a fish. And I can see my whole bait. Yes. Needed that so bad. I think we lost like 3 in a row right there. That's a 4.5, I think. Low 4.
Our 6th angler over 20 pounds today.
Yeah, moving in the right direction for sure. Trey Schroeder out there. As we get closer and closer, we've just about hit it. The halfway point in our fishing day today. About 4 more hours fishing time left for these 10 who remain on this day, and it's still Jay Shakurit on top. Canada's Jamie Bruce hanging in there tight, just ounces ahead of Aaron Jagdfeld. So Taku Ito, Trevor McKinney, Trey Schroeder, whom we just saw, needing to make up some poundage in order to be near the top. St. Croix Bassmaster opens. This is the 6th stop of the year here. Lake St. Clair, presented by 7. What's another great thing about Detroit is Lake St. Clair having a great tournament here. We're already halfway through Championship Saturday on this very important one. Our live coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. And they're at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge as we look at the leaderboard right there with Jay Shakurit on top. Jamie Bruce of Canada right behind him. Going to take you now over to that Screen of Knowledge, and Ronnie Moore, Jay Shakurit, man, is the impact man out here.
I want to talk about that top guy, Jay Shakurit. If you're a fan of the Bassmaster Elite Series, you know Jay Shakurit. Maybe you missed his time in the Opens, but he has gone up every single level, and I wanted to show you that at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. He started out his career with Bassmaster as a co-angler, fishing on the back of the boat. Won 2 different events. I believe he won at maybe Neely Henry or Lay Lake, one of those 2, and then he won at Grand Lake from the back of the boat. Now he jumps up to the Opens, makes the Elite Series, and he is what we would call a rising star on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He was a rookie in 2022, so he is in his 3rd year as a professional angler, touring across the country. 42 events in his career. 12 of those have been top 10s, and he has over $500,000 earned already in his young career. We think about the likes of the trajectories of a Patrick Walters, who's fished, 75 to 80 events by the time he broke $1 million. Jay is well on his way to being one of the quickest anglers ever to hit $1 million in Bassmaster history. And then we think about consistency. Not only does he have those top 10 finishes and the ability to keep those high finishes in his back pocket, winning at the St. Lawrence River in 2022, his rookie year, but the points race overall, 10th his rookie season, winning Rookie of the Year, winning an event, and then 6th in year number 2 in the points race, and then this year 7th going into the Northern Swing, which would be Lake Champlain and the St. Lawrence River in mid-August. he would be a favorite at both of those to do very well. So 7th is where he currently is. It may not be where he finishes. He may be just a bunch higher than that, maybe winning Angler of the Year. And we talked about top 10 consistency and being able to reel those off. His last 4 BASS events, dating back to Lake Murray for the Elite Series, he got a 5th place there, a 6th at Wheeler Lake, a 3rd at Smith Lake our last time out when you saw us 2 weeks ago, and here at St. Clair left the dock in 2nd place, looking to maybe finally get one of those wins. It feels weird he's had so many shots on goal, Tommy, but he is definitely one of the rising stars of our sport, no doubt. Unassuming, quiet, polite, just goes about his business, and boy, he is deadly.
So good. I mean, top 10 every 4th time he tees it up. That is impressive.
It didn't take long for us to stop mentioning his father and him being a walleye pro, because Jay started speaking for himself. I have a fishing family, but I'm the apex fisherman.
I think you may be right there, yeah. Right now, he's
all love to Jason, but
he's at the top at this tournament today for sure. You can add this one to that pile of top 10s.
We can see those fish. They were glued to the bottom, and he has gotten them to chase up around that short grass there. It is a little bit harder to distinguish, Joey, the difference in fish and short grass, but when you present your bait and you see them fly, then they reveal themselves a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're scanning out there with your forward-facing sonar, it's really tough to pick them up when they're sitting down on the bottom like that. But he's had a lot of experience doing that. So, but once they get up above that grass, it
just wasn't like them other ones, Let's see. It looked like it.
Pretty heavy flop. I mean, at least.
Yeah, it had a heavy flop.
It had a good flop.
Right. It wasn't like a 3-pound flop.
No, it wasn't. Oh yeah, it's a big.
Oh god. Okay, it's a little bigger than I thought. No. Come here, buddy. Yeah, it's not a giant, but. Yeah, with a nice little gut on him. I mean, it's just a nice 4-pounder, probably. Calls under 5. Yep. 4 on the nuts. Calls number 5.
4-pounder just barely making the cut. That's a good sign for Jay Shakurit. He's catching the right kind out there today, that is for sure. Let's get over to Taku Ito.
Yeah, Shakurit's got 22-12 on day, 72 pounds even total.
It's close. Yeah, it looks good one. Oh yes, got it. Yeah.
Nice bird's eye view of that catch right there, and then back to it again. Taku's good at landing those.
Yes.
He does not lose many fish at the boat.
Hopefully.
That's why it was a little shocking, Tommy. Late on day 4 at Smith, when he lost that one, it made him drop to his knees. Next cast, he catches one, makes up for it, and then later he catches the 512 to make all the problems go away.
Man. We got to see Taku 2020, his first year out here with his first smallmouth experience here. And I think he went top 10 in that tournament.
Lamprey on the fish, he had no idea, he thought it was an alien.
Yes, that's right. I forgot that. That's good.
Ito had 3 top 10s in smallmouth fisheries in a row.
And that year it was our mid-season swing because we went into the fall.
That's right.
So it was this time of the year, but it was still mid-season.
Blake Smith, 8th place.
Doesn't feel very big.
Doesn't mean it's not big.
I've been fooled before, though.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, it is big. Oh, wow. Ah, baby, we need you in this boat. Come on, girl. Get in here. I'm gonna take you for a ride. Let's go. Oh my gosh, this is a giant. Stay connected, babe. Stay connected. Please stay connected. She's huge. Yes! Wow! Footballs. They grow them big. That's gonna cull. That's gonna cull a lot. Oh. All right, we're getting rid of a 3/8 with a 5-pounder.
Nice. Wow.
It's a big cull right there.
20.92.
Well, 21, almost 21 pounds. We haven't seen a cull of one fish replacing another that big since Jay Shakir caught a 4.5 to replace a 3 even. That was also a 1.5 pound upgrade earlier in his day to get to 20. He has now gotten to 21, Blake Smith has, with that cull.
Yeah, that's going to move him up probably closer up to 6th place for Blake Smith. That was a meaningful fish right there. Starting to climb up that leaderboard. Jay Shakir, though, holding down that top spot. Can't put too much space between himself and Jamie Bruce and Aaron Jagfeld as yet, and Taku Ito certainly close enough as well. Got a great race at the top and plenty more fishing to come here. We'll be right back to Lake St. Clair in just a few moments. Into hour 6 of 8 hours of fishing here. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Lake St. Clair. Incredible. Voted top fourth place in the world. The latest Bassmaster magazine survey of the top 100 lakes. For bass fishing, Jay Shakir of Wisconsin, the man on top of that leaderboard right now, but not a prohibitive lead, not by any stretch of the imagination, just a couple of pounds. Hey, that could be erased at any time. A couple of swings of the rod, and we could have it very, very much closer. So this day, far from settled as far as who's going to wind up on top there, but we have seen some great efforts all through the day. Taku Ito in the last hour has certainly added to his pile for sure.
It's hard to imagine St. Clair being worse than any other fishery, but when you list the few that are ahead of it, you're like, oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
you just could swap them out any other day,
yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It's one of
They're
those
all
deals.
like just inches away from each other.
Maybe no. Oh. Got it. Bang inside the mouth.
I hear you.
Oh, man.
It is Bug City out there.
I told you.
It is.
Yeah, you don't want to leave your mouth open too long.
Are some of those mayflies, Joey, or what? Are they just all kind of bugs?
Yeah,
right?
I mean mayflies mixed with various other bugs. I don't know. I'm not a bug expert.
They got
Tommy, but
they got what we call buffalo gnats here in Arkansas. They got them up there. They call them black flies.
yeah,
Up there.
yeah. There's plenty of them, and you leave that mouth open and take a deep breath, you're gonna get one down the hatch.
Probably cold.
Looking like it might be a keeper there.
Yeah.
Taco Ito, yeah. That one's going to go in the box. Of course, if you watch Bassmaster Live, the last time we came around, it was Smith Lake in Alabama. And that was the scene of the second Elite Series victory for that man right there, Takumi Ito. Turned out to be a really great tournament. We had to dial back the size expectations versus a place like, say, St. Clair. But I mean, the fish catching was tremendous.
Oh, well, for those who don't, we have 3 species of black bass that we normally target in an Elite Series season: largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass. Spotted bass, fewer and far between lakes that specialize in that. We see lakes like Lake Lanier, Lake Hartwell, places like that. And Smith Lake is one of those gems because that 512 right there, that is the equivalent of a 7-pound spotted or smallmouth or a 6.5-pound smallmouth. Just a gem of a fish, and that's the one that helped him really separate himself on that final day. Biggest bass of the tournament, biggest bag of the tournament, and gets the biggest prize of the tournament.
Separated himself from Robert G in second place, and of course third place,
Jay Shakurik.
Yeah, so
exactly.
Some things change and some things remain the same.
There were some smallmouth hammers because of the style of fishing that has. What's crazy is you're in central Alabama fishing over 130, 140 feet of water, and you're here in upper Michigan, or in Michigan in general, in 12 feet of water. Like it's.
No, he ain't either. Gosh, he felt big when I set the hook. He may help. They're all about the same darn size. He's bigger, I think. Them other ones. Probably 3.5 at least. Let's get up all the way down. Crap, he might be 3 3/4 each back. Yeah, 380. 3 3/4. I put one of my.
Brett Cannon, we've had some spotty service because he's been out in the middle of the lake near that Canada border, and so sometimes you just go a while without seeing him, but putting in some good work as well.
We think we're updated on his score properly, don't we, Ronnie?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from his cameraman Chase, who was new with us first day, so no nerves. You're just going to go out in the middle of U.S. Canada and shoot some bass fishing.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one for Brett.
Not as big as those other ones I just lost.
Come here. Oh, no.
Got her.
smallmouth. Got one in the boat. Hey, hey. Should call out that little baby. This is still not the size we need. A 3/8. Yeah. Beautiful smallmouth. This one goes out to the crew watching me back at home, the little watch party at the house. You guys get a 3/8. All right, that yellow. Yellow.
40-year-old from Mississippi has jumped up from 37th to 25th in AOY with his points, giving him a shot to maybe make the elite.
He said last year, I came up just short, heartbreaking. I let myself down at the end of the season. I don't know what I'm going to do for the Opens next year. He ends up deciding to sign up for all 9, and he still has a shot with 3 events left.
Got a little momentum going. Finished a top 30 at Eufaula, last outing for the St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7.
Guide on OHIV.
Oh,
big
that's
bass
right,
specialists
yeah.
know about that lake.
That's some cred as well. Jay Shakurit, though, the man still on top. We'll take a break. Be right back to Lake St. Clair. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 on Lake St. Clair. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Big day here, but hours are ticking away on Championship Saturday. 10 anglers left in this one. Very important, one of 9 stops for the year. These St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Get out to Brett Cannon, Mississippi one more time. We just left him just a few minutes ago.
There's only 6 days left in the season, Tommy. We talk about the urgency, the end of the year.
Oh,
guaranteed days. These anglers only have 6 more days, 9 maximum if you had reeled off 3 top 10s. But
unlikely, but yeah, possible.
6 maximum days to get your, or 6 minimum guaranteed days to get your job done and qualify for the Elite Series.
Brett's sitting in 9th place as it stands right now. Caught a one over 3.5 just a little bit ago.
Let's go. Come on. Be a 4-pounder, please. Get in this boat, actually. We've been having trouble with that today. There we go. It's a long one. Long and skinny. Long and skinny. Oh. See which goes in the bubba. $3.9. We'll get rid of red. $3.9.
Gonna help Brett a little bit right there. Kenta Kimura. Kenta's slow going for him today for some reason.
There you go. This could be a good one. I don't know. Not big, but I need it for now. Yeah, they're still here. I should just state it. Oh yeah. Come on, stay on. Stay on, baby. Come on. All right. That's a nice one. Straight to 2. Yeah, maybe overthinking. I thought they went shallow, but they're still here. So 4-2. 4-2. Just overthinking.
They caught a 4-5 to start. That's his second biggest fish of the day among his 4. Still needs to fill out his limit, but that's doable.
Sure wants to get rid of 2 fish that are like 2.6 and 2.5 pounds.
Let's go back to 6th place, Trey Schroeder. Trey about 4.5 pounds behind our leader.
Yeah, that's a giant. Oh my gosh. What a fish. Stop. Oh my gosh, what a fish. Chill, Gina. Chill. We're just gonna take you over for a little ride into New Haven. Oh my gosh, what a fish. Okay, if you need to go that way, you can go that way for a sec. But you're coming up in this boat. Yes, sir. What are you talking about? That's a giant. Wow. We needed him so bad. Doug, I owe you a big old kiss when I get home for getting me those baits before I left. You are the man. Yeah. Okay, 2 and 3.
Wow.
Caught 23 pounds the first 2 days. He's getting close to that today.
Yes, indeed. Hard to break off and do something different if you're that consistent, but he's going to need 25 today to probably close that gap. He's about 2 pounds behind.
Absolutely. It's going to be incumbent upon you to do it. Next stop for our Bassmaster Live presentation is going to be in August 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York, another one of those bucket list places for everyone who's studied bass fishing a little or a lot through the years. It's going to be a great, great tournament there. All these races getting closer and closer as we get nearer the end of the season. Next time, Lake Champlain. Bassmaster Live continues with some great fishing from Michigan. We talked just a few minutes ago about how the Elite Series is headed to New York. Next, a lot to love about New York, one of the greatest states for outdoor sports in the country. It's home of 6 of the Bassmaster Top 100 Bass Lakes, with the St. Lawrence topping the list. Yet again this year in 2024. Man, you can go from smallmouth on western New York on Lake Erie all the way up into the Adirondacks and in the lakes up there, the beautiful chain of lakes up there, just gorgeous stuff. Matter of fact, Ronnie Moore, you and Suture on this story. The new New York State world record largemouth was caught this week.
Yes, Thursday, Tommy, 12.35, so over almost a pound more than what the record was.
Wow.
At Cayuga Lake in New York, 12.35 largemouth. Jim Brittenbaugh Got to talk to them yesterday. Sucha's been on the story.
Working on that.
1987, 37-year-old record gone.
Wow.
Like that.
That's
destroyed. Not just an ounce or two, a whole pound.
It's all about the Empire State, folks. I'm telling you. Coming up, but right now, big doings in the state of Michigan. Great stuff from this Bassmaster Open. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 on Lake St. Clair and Wisconsin's Jay Shakura. So much momentum in the sport of bass fishing right now, and he has got enough momentum to keep himself on top. Can he do it for a few more hours? Just about 2 more hours of fishing time. Well, not about 3, excuse me, about 3 more hours of fishing time left to go on this day. One of the guys who's going to challenge, you can bet. Takumi Ito coming off, you talk about momentum, he's coming off a victory. Last outing for the elites, Smith Lake in Alabama. First time for the elites ever on Smith Lake. And Taku comes in there and takes over, wins that tournament. Big one on the final day. Big one right there today.
Taku is one of those special anglers. I feel like when he gets a few more years, especially down south, with largemouth around the spawn, maybe a little pre-spawn. He does fine probably when they're deeper pre-spawn, but learning those southern lakes, if he does that, we could see an Angler of the Year in the future from him, because those summer lakes, post-spawn, he tends to really be successful, whether it's spotted bass or smallmouth. If he could get consistency with largemouth down south around the spawn, he'd be A-okay.
Never had an Angler of the Year from Japan.
Yeah, that's right.
Goya Fujita or Taku Ito, going to vie for it soon here. We're thinking Fujita this year, maybe.
Joey's competing against Taku. I wouldn't want to do that. You do that. Have you fished around him? Do you know there's certain things he does that's secretive or just a little bit different? He's dialed into his deal.
Yeah, I actually fished around him at Smith Lake when he won, and he's just so good with the spinning rod and the finesse tackle, and doing those little tricks to get the big fish to bite, and he's just a special angler. He's a great personality too. Everybody I know just loves watching him. My entire family and the fans out there. He's just an awesome guy, and he's right where he needs to be. Excellent angler.
Tommy, when he made his start on the Elite Series and we got to see him, probably took about 8 minutes per catch when it came to landing him. He was not a quick lander.
No, he was but meticulous about it.
Quickly figured it out, and now he puts it to him and is able to get it quick.
He knows how to be efficient.
This one bit back, knocking Taku's hat off there for a moment, but you'll take that. You had your cowboy hat get knocked off last year by a smallmouth here.
Absolutely. I wish that was happening again.
Yeah.
Taku at just under 22 pounds. He's 2 3/4 pounds back. Joey, he's going to need about 25 pounds today, won't he? If he really wants to.
Yeah, but he's on the right quality fish. It's just a matter of time.
Big fish and a 5-pounder, but I cap on me is not hook up. So, but I try many times. I think fish always there, right here. So if miss, so 20 minutes later, I try to fish again. So still, I can see a couple big one, but very short bite. So
I think he's talking about the bite. The fish are just, they're a little more pressured now, and some of them just aren't getting the bait as well. And I think he's talking about maybe going back to his other spot too here in a little bit, where he's caught a lot of his big fish. But
he's had a few areas as well. He's been in Anchor Bay most of the time. He's also been out towards that shipping channel, and he said it's not too far of a run when it comes to how calm it's been. So I may pop out there once or twice and not worry. Normally we see Joey, these guys make a move and they've now left game plan 1 and they're all in on game plan 2. If he has the opportunity to move back and forth, that could let him rest, go find some more fish that are not getting pressured?
Yeah, a lot of times you're going long runs, you know, getting from one place to another, so you kind of just got to go all in on that next spot or plan B, and it's nice to be able to bounce back. And notice a lot of these guys are fishing, you know, like Blake Smith right here. They're right there on the shipping channel, the main shipping channel coming out of Lake Huron.
Where it drops down into the channel.
Yeah.
So, whew, he looked decent. Yep. That's a good one. Come on, baby. Come on, girl. Oh. Nope, get in the boat, 4-pounder. Ooh. That's how you drop that bait way down in there. This is gonna call. Oh, he biting me. My hands are so raw. My hands are demolished from this week up here. All right, you got to get rid of a 311. We got 2 of those that need to be gone. £4. Number 3.
5 ounce or so upgrade for him. Yeah. One big thing, you mentioned it, he's out there by the shipping channel. The 4 anglers who are not exclusively in Anchor Bay right now are Brett Cannon, Kenta Kamira, Blake Smith, and Aaron Jagfeld. So Aaron's in 3rd. He's the Michigan guy. He's there in the top 5. The other 3 out in the lake are 8th, 9th, and 10th right now. Whether it's easier to locate those Anchor Bay fish and get going quicker in the day, but if you fish all 8 hours in the channel, you can make it up. That remains to be seen, but they do need to pick up the action out there for sure.
Blake Smith, Lakeland, Florida. This is some of the action from earlier today. Blake got some momentum going out there. Top 14 at Logan Martin, just missed the cut at U-Fall. Had a great elite qualifier campaign last year. Almost made the top 25 in points, and that's not easy to do.
Blake's one of the good guys that you also want in your trail to support and stuff. An awesome story David Brown wrote at the last event. He barely missed the cut, but Blake on the final day of practice was hanging out with some of the guys, and one of the guys, Tripp Nugent, decided to rededicate his life to Christ, and they baptized him in Lake Eufaula, which I wouldn't recommend because of how dirty and muddy it was, but Tripp did not mind, and so Blake and Joey Nania, all the guys, I mean, those are the guys that bring the morale up. When you're not having a good week, Joey, you want these kind of guys around you, and Blake's one who's always thinking positive.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of traveling a little bit with Blake and hanging out with him and doing some of those speaking engagements at local churches around, and he's a great guy, great man.
He's huge.
You shocked to see a Floridian catching him here? Is this skill set, this is right up his alley? He's good with this as well, or what?
Yeah, no, you know, to me, the fishing out there, it's like I said earlier, it's about location, and you know, being around those bigger quality fish and getting them to bite, and that's the hardest part. I think he's good enough that he can find those spots. So
got him up to 21 pounds. Our 7th bag over 20 today in 7th place.
Blake's got time. All of our top 10 have time to get big things done, and this is a place where you can do big things. That is for sure. Lake St. Clair. Right now with Jay Shakurit on top. Trey Schroeder started the tournament with 27 pounds on day number 1. Well, he just hasn't gotten anywhere close to that today, so he really has a story to catch up on here. We'll check in with him, Trey Schroeder, and all the rest, Trevor McKinney, when we come back. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox as Matt Olson leads the Braves against Manny Machado and the Padres. Or the Twins take on the Giants. It all begins tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Well, summertime fishing Lake St. Clair. Can't do much better than that in the world of bass fishing, especially smallmouth bass fishing. We have seen exclusively smallmouth today, I believe, although there's some big largemouth. Live in these waters. It's just, if you want to win this tournament, you're going to have to load up on the big smallmouth. And that's exactly what Jay Shakurit has been doing all day, all tournament long. Thus, he is in the lead right now, but only by a couple of pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly catchable. Going to keep it interesting, I think, till the very end of this championship Saturday on Lake St. Clair.
Looks like he is hooked up with another good one.
Joey, when you won here last year and that 5-pounder jumped in the boat, what time of day was that? Was that along about this time of day, or was that earlier?
I don't know, Ronnie, what was it?
It was like 10:45, 11 o'clock, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I had like 4 5-pounders in the boat, and it was my last one to, really kind of seal the deal. And I don't remember, Tommy. I was so stressed out, man. These big smallmouth, they make me go crazy.
I think they
down.
Understandably.
Bam.
That's a hammer right there.
My.
Look at that one.
Smallest fish.
Feels heavy. He feels heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah, there's no midday lulls. We were talking about your fish around 10:45, 11 o'clock last year, with a little bit left to go.
Something good.
This is the time of the day where you make some strides against your competitors, like Jay is about to do.
Another 5.
Wow.
Wow.
His third 5-pounder.
Wow.
He is right on track.
For someone that's about as even keel as it gets, that smile ear to ear.
When you see
can
that
tell.
little smile, that's when you know.
That's him becoming a savage right there.
That's when the
Watch out.
humble guy's getting a little confident in what he's got. And he can see the other side of the scale. Another 5.
Oh.
Is that a 5.3? Is it a 5 even?
23, 12, 73 pounds even. All his fish are entered even numbers.
Yeah, so the morning started off good. I mean, I caught one a little over 5 pounds, basically in the dark, it felt like. The fish were, super slow and not really moving around. So I caught that one, and then things kind of slowed down quickly after that. Never really saw much more activity. I popped a couple, like 2 to 3 pounders, stuff like that. And then I moved areas, I caught another 5-pounder. And then I moved back to where I originally started, caught a 4.5. And in between that time period, I caught some okay fish, some 4s, a couple 3.5s. And now I've moved back to a completely different area, actually. A place that I haven't been to today, but I've been to in the previous tournament. And I literally set the trolling motor down, saw a fish, took 1 cast at it. It was way up off the bottom. It didn't even look like it was going to bite it, to be honest with you. It was real lethargic, just kind of laying there. It came up to the bait really slow and just sucked it in like that, and ended up being another 5-pounder. So we currently got 3 5s and 2 4-somethings. So it's been a really good day so far. We're still looking for that one giant unicorn out here, but the fish are starting to act right now. When I do see one, it seems to react to my stuff. I'm just throwing a Z2 on a jig head. It's hard because a lot of these fish, they're so pressured, and you'll probably cast at the same fish 5, 6, 7 times in a day, but there's that 1 hour period where that fish will actually trigger. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm basically just rotating these 3 areas that I have, and hopefully I can trigger that fish to bite, because there's pods of 2 or 3, and in certain pods, all these ones are the same size, that 4 to 5 pound class, but some pods are 2 and 3 pounders. So I kind of have the 4 and 5 pound pods located. Now I just got to put some in the boat.
One more 5, and he won't have to worry about unicorns. I mean,
Yeah.
He'll just be giving updates at the dock for the rest of the day.
That's right.
You never can have enough in smallmouth country. You always think you need more.
That's right. Back to Brett Cannon. Brett, one of those in need of a unicorn right at this point.
Come here, bud. Oh my gosh. I got no fight. Got her. Football. Let's go. I don't think it's gonna help much, but it's on a 4. Let's see what you got on there, Bubba. $3.14. We got us a coal. Should get rid of green.
Brett had his moment on the EQ series last year. He finished back-to-back third places at Toledo Bend and Eufaula before that.
Eufaula, Alabama started the year off very strong. That top set, we talked about 7 of our 9 qualifiers started in the top 25 for the year. He was one of the 2 who started that strong but fell out right at the end. When you fish into the fall, we had Watts Bar, Ozarks, and Harris Chain all in September and October, and that is a hard time of year to fish to be safe and secure.
Big one, really big one. If not, he hit like a big one. Oh my gosh. Very big one. No. Yes! You've got to be kidding me. Woo! I don't even know what to say. $4.14.
What was it?
$4.14. It's almost another 5-pounder. That gives me 22.3. Oh, for number 2. Oh, hey, grab that thing out there. It's a lamprey. Ah! I said number 2, right? Yeah.
Going to be a good call there for Blake Smith for sure.
Almost 15 of his 22 pounds have come in the last hour.
Wow. That's excellent.
What do they call that, Tommy? Getting paid to have fun?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Who wouldn't trade places with any of these guys on this day? Especially Jay Shakurit. One that size does not help Jay Shakurit. It's indicative of what good shape he's in right now. With regard to his weight in the live well, Jay Shakurit, hard to believe, only in his 3rd year out here. This is our 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series Rookie of the Year. and really had a chance to show out at our St. Lawrence tournament in that year.
102 pounds, 9 ounces, the youngest at the time, the youngest Elite Series winner, 23 years and how many ever days, 25 or 6.
And the other momentous thing about this, we could talk about how good his career has been since then, how young he was when he won. It was in his rookie season. This was the first time in the history of professional fishing, 4-day event for all smallmouth to break 100 pounds, and he did so midday on that final day. 102 pounds, 9 ounces was his final tally, and that was the first time someone's broken the Century Club on smallmouth. I said, yeah, you want that gold belt, but what if we made that belt bronze just to represent, this was a smallmouth feat. Joey, you got close. You had 91 pounds last year at St. Clair. How difficult it is to catch 100 pounds. You have to have everything go right, and you be around a special caliber of fish.
Yeah, these northern fisheries, man, they've got them, and it can be done, and it'll be done again and multiple times.
It'll happen here one day, I bet you.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. It won't happen today because we're 3 days instead of 4 days, but it's coming. You can bet on that. Jay Shakura now extending his lead. Jamie Bruce falling back a little bit. It's been a while since Jamie's put a keeper in the boat. We'll have to check in with him. Aaron Jagfeld, Takumi Ito, and Trey Schroeder as well. Blake Smith moving up a little bit in the past hour. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7. This is the 6th stop. Lake St. Clair. It is Championship Saturday, and if this was a football game, we are just about to wrap up the 3rd quarter here. It's getting that late in the day, that late in the fishing day. These guys started good and early. They will wrap it up and begin the weigh-in at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So that is the urgency is starting to get turned up a little bit here. That knob is getting twisted a bit on these 10 anglers who are out there on this day. And Trevor McKinney started the day with the lead, started the tournament with 27 pounds plus. On day number 1, he's got 10 pounds short of that almost right now. It's a tough position, Joey Cifuentes, to lead. I remember people talking to you about your 2 wins last year, and you said, they said, you probably were more nervous at Lake Seminole since you weren't in the lead. You said, no, I was the most nervous
I don't know, I'm
at Lake Seminole because I had the lead.
Today.
Yeah, I mean,
I've had some big fish hook.
when you got
I've had
people
some
at your
big
back,
fish,
coming
a lot of
after
big fish
you.
chase my bait. Just not getting them to react like I want to. And I've got a little area out here kind of way out on the mouth, kind of on the lake side of Anchor Bay that I really haven't hit. I haven't hit at all in the tournament. I've been kind of back in Anchor Bay the whole time, so I figured I'd come out here and try it. I caught about a 5-pounder and a 4 out here in practice, so and there was a lot of other big ones here, but we just come out here. I haven't seen any yet or had any bites, but we just got here, so I'm gonna give this maybe 30 minutes out here, and if this don't work out, then I guess we'll run back in my good areas in Anchor Bay and finish out the day. But I'm optimistic. Maybe we can get on some out here. Right now, this is the best place that I thought I could maybe luck into a giant bag, just because I found a big school of 4 and 5 pounders out here. So hopefully they're still out here. If not, we'll run back to Anchor Bay and look for some big ones in there.
I guess,
now,
Joey,
I'm not seeing anything.
more guys would rather start in second place than
here.
first
Haven't
place on
even
the final
seen
day,
a
right?
bass yet. So.
Yeah,
unless we're talking about a giant lead or something.
Right, yeah. I mean, you obviously have less pressure on you, and you've been in the lead those 2 days like Trevor has, and you want to do well, and there's guys behind you, but that lead does give you a little cushion and a little bit of relief, but at the same time, it's either way it's stressful. But when you go out in second place, like when I won on St. Clair last year, just you want to win, but you don't have that weight on your shoulders, and he's kind of started a little slow today, but man, he's in a really good area and he knows where the big ones are. It's just a matter of him running through one of those pods like these guys keep talking about, and getting one of those big fish to bite, and he can do it. A lot of time left.
Day 1, he had a big fish of 5'11" in a bag of 27.12. His average was almost 5'11". He had cookie cutters. Today, it's only like 3'11". He has not found that monster size fish.
Yeah, and this lake, the fish, they're moving constantly. You know, the bait's moving, the fish are moving, and you know, I was fortunate that I had one area that produced for me over 4 days, but a lot of times that doesn't happen. You know, these fish are, like I said, they're just constantly moving, and he just has to stumble across some more, and if it works out, it works out.
You were way far away from anybody fishing today, weren't you? Way further south and the Canadian side even?
Can you send it? Do you know the longitude and latitude?
Yeah.
No. So the key thing is, Trevor did the Bass Pro Shop's top lures for us earlier and said, yes, this is a bait that no one else has because it comes out in a few weeks at ICAST, or next week at ICAST. But he said he caught every single fish on that. And so there is a point where even if it's a new bait, you are pressuring, you are smartening up your own fish. They have seen that same thing.
I'd probably get tired.
He may need to swap to a different profile bait and go back through his areas, or if his new waypoints that he hasn't fished since practice, where he goes right now, works out, that's the thing. But when you catch 100 fish over 2 days, they've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where are you gonna go, bud? Back under the boat, apparently. I'd still like to weigh you, because I think I got a pretty small 4 in there. He ain't 4. Nope.
Just over 22 and a quarter here.
You might be 4. Probably shouldn't have done that. It's fat. Very fat. That's why I love Seagar Gold Label. Yeah. I should not have boat flipped that. Number 2. What a day. Oh my gosh.
Get some water in there.
Moved up one
Why did
spot
that
from
do
6th
that?
to 5th.
Why is there no
This will be
water?
his first B.A.S.S. check.
Number 2, right? Number 2.
As a grown adult, he's made some money in the college series, but we don't.
Oh,
He probably had to buy like fruit roll-ups for that back in the day. So now this is like going towards the bills and the bottom line.
Yeah, much less fun that way.
And I say that from experience, Tommy.
I know.
A lot of fruit roll-ups.
A lot of chocolate milk.
Of course.
Taku hanging in there in 4th place.
Yeah, good one. Oh yeah.
He, Jamie Bruce, Aaron Jagfeld all bunched right together. About 3 pounds back of our leader.
Schroeder's 410 just put him ahead of Ito.
I think we said during the break, we all are paying attention to Jay Shakir. Trey Schroeder's having a heck of a day.
Oh yeah.
He's got one he's got a chance for sure.
Looks good. Oh, okay, yes. I think. Looks like 4-pounder. Yeah. I think. I think call little bit. Too much wave. Oh.
something to note also on a Saturday around Anchor Bay, close to Detroit, Michigan, you're going to have like Taku was just saying about the waves. There's so many boats, and that's a really big factor in being able to fish and effectively use your forward-facing sonar and catch a lot of these fish. It can be a major player.
And you can still catch plenty of fish in waves. We see that in the weather, but efficiency. It's one of those ones when you see it, you know it, and you cast to it and get it. But here it's multiple pitches. If you don't normally land on them first time, sometimes they don't bite.
Right, and you got your notice there where he's at. It's pretty calm, and his live scope is staying pretty flat on the bottom. And when you start getting that trolling motor bouncing out of the water, and it can make it tough to see some of those fish that are tucked in towards the bottom in that grass.
That whole Michigan shoreline, that's 150,000 registered boats.
Wow.
And St. Clair has like the third most effort of all fishing in all the Great Lakes.
They like to ride around in those big boats too, those ones you don't necessarily fish out of.
No,
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And they go real fast on that lake. No, but you made a point, I think, in your lead-up article, maybe last year about St. Clair, that so much of the sport fishing catch and participation
is
compared to the rest of the Great Lakes. It's like there's more of it than any of the other Great Lakes individually, right here in St. Clair.
They catch 750,000 yellow perch there a year, and the walleye second.
It's unbelievable.
Do you trust fishermen to report how many they caught accurately?
Well, the DNR's the one counting that kind of stuff up. The one's checking that.
Certainly they do.
Hey, I will say we promoted this last year. You were at Steel Timber Sports.
Right, this is the one I missed last year. Yeah.
We talked about the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame had invested with the Michigan DNR to take fish from the weigh-in and safely monitor and track them so that we know their releasing habits. When we release them in the bay, do they swim back to Canada where they came from maybe? We know where this fish was caught. Does it swim back to Erie to see those migration routes? And there's different beacons out in the water that will, when your GPS beacon gets near it, it pings it and you know which fish it is and where it's going. And so it's a good way to track fish spawning habitat, how tournaments redistribute, or if they do. We see many times fish go back to where they've been their whole life.
You have an off season here, which helps things as well, especially the bass fishing. It's really got a lot of great things going for it, and a great place to begin with. There's one of those big boats right there. I wonder where Taku's waves are coming from.
Is that Z-Train? Is that why we didn't see him earlier? We only heard him?
Yeah. Oh yeah, everybody's just getting going on that right now, so that's going to be a factor for the remainder of the day. Well, stay with us. We got a couple more hours, more than that, 2.5 hours of fishing left on this day.
Yeah, those are the Zona boys. That's Hunter and Jacob right there. Z was in the big boat. That's Hunter and Jacob.
Oh man,
Karen's in the pontoon
go
somewhere
out
else.
one of those. Why don't we stick around for a minute? Go check in on Trevor McKinney, our leader to start the day.
He's been in Anchor Bay all week, Tommy, more tucked up in there, but he said right out in front, the mouth, which you could call the change from the bay to the lake, I haven't fished it since I haven't needed it. I may need it tomorrow, and needless to say, he does need it to come to fruition for him. So. Talk about all the levels. We talked about Jay Shakurit. He's on the Elite Series, but he came through the Opens to qualify, came through the co-angler route of the Opens to make it. The high school, college, youth programs have risen up a lot of anglers. You look at our top 10, you've got Trevor McKinney, you've got Trey Schroeder, got Aaron Jagfeld. So there's so many different routes to get here. And I got to meet Trevor, I think, in 2015. When I had just graduated college and was covering the high school series for B.A.S.S. And he was one of the All-Americans, and from a young age showed really good poise on the water, but didn't know all the other aspects of the sport. College to now the Opens, he has definitely learned the trade.
He's only 26, Ronnie. You met him
Young
young.
man.
Product of that great McKendree University.
Yes.
Bass fishing.
One of those dynasties.
The dynasty, yet another one of those dynasties out there east of St. Louis, near the Belleville area. Trey McKinney and all the rest of our 10. We'll check in with them all when we return. Great to have you with us this Saturday as our live coverage continues at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 from Lake St. Clair, legendary Lake St. Clair. These pictures, this coverage, made possible by Dakota Lithium. Great having you live with us out here today for this championship Saturday. We got 10 anglers left. We started back on Thursday with 220 boats. A lot of those guys part of the EQ, the elite qualifying regimen, which means you must fish all 9 events in these opens during the course of the season. It's a big commitment, but big rewards. The big payoff is you get to fish at the highest level of bass fishing if you finish in the top 9 points-wise. You see on the bottom line, the updated leaderboard with Jay Security still on top. Got a 3-pound advantage over the likes of Jamie Bruce, Aaron Jagfeld, and Trey Schroeder now has moved up into 4th place ahead of Taku Ito.
It's just like the problem Mark Zona said, a little bit ago when we talked to him, is you show up to the weigh-in on day 1 with 21 pounds thinking you did something, and you now found out I'm behind the 8 ball big time. And then you have to use the next, you hope it's a 6-day tournament. I need every day, if I can gain 1 pound, you have to work so hard to just catch up by 1 pound each day unless you have one of those magical days. And so now we're seeing that Trey Schroeder, fantastic final day, but because he started just 2 pounds or so back, it's got to be his best day he's ever had to make that gap up, unless they fall, which it's so hard to here because there's so many 4-pounders swimming around.
Absolutely. He had 23 pounds both the first 2 days, too.
Yeah.
60 bags over 20 pounds.
He's like, Joey Cifuentes won with this average, and I'm not even in the top 5.
A little different ball game this year.
Yes, indeed.
Easton Fothergill, our EQ points leader, caught more than 20 pounds a day, and he did not cash a check. First guy out.
Shakirit's trying to add to his bottom line.
Jay has, as far as numbers of keepers caught today, he's 2nd place, second only to Trey Schroeder, as a matter of fact. He's been going through some numbers as well.
These two are smallmouth guys, but I did a story with Seth Fighter, and he said, look who has won at St. Clair, like Jason Christie. He said, I'd be surprised,
Todd Faircloth.
Bill Weidler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Todd Faircloth.
Joey
Davey Hyde won
no,
there.
I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. Joey had a great
Larry
smallmouth
Nixon.
track record. Ooh, not good for Jay Shakirit there.
No.
Uncharacteristic.
How big was it? I don't think he wants to talk about it.
No. Bad time to ask.
Yeah.
Joey, how much you missed Larry Nixon being out on the tour with you, traveling?
I really miss him this year. It's nice having a guy like that you gel with, and I've been with him since the beginning of my career, and I really missed having Larry out this year. We talk about it all the time on the phone. He was just telling me the other day, he's like, man, I wish I could be out there with you, and
Well, Larry, you could.
Yeah, it could have
decided
been.
to retire, man.
But
no, I'm just kidding. But understandably so.
Let's watch that.
That's not the difference in your season, though. Or is it?
I don't know. Haven't determined it yet, but
one thing it is just a sounding board and an echo chamber of bouncing ideas, or if you're lacking confidence, he raises your morale, or hey, come on now. Like it's
yeah, I mean,
it's just one,
You have guys you talk to out there on the water. I mean, these guys fish in the opens, same thing. I mean, they're helping each other out. You find a person that you trust and you like to hang out with, and it does a lot for your morale in tournaments. It really does. And I had to change things up this year, losing Larry, and I just got to get back in there and find my way again, and things will get better.
Because last year wasn't a fluke in terms of success. The years prior, the Opens, your time on the tour, elsewhere, you were gaining momentum and doing very well, especially on this smallmouth swing in northern events, and then really putting it together. Look at the size of that boat over Aaron's shoulder.
Yeah, we all miss Larry, man. I mean, my God, it's made bass fishing what it is today. He's one of the main pillars of the sport, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
First $1 million winner with B.A.S.S. back in the day.
Back when $1 million was some real money.
It actually took you, it's probably $2 million worth, maybe $3 million.
Oh, yeah.
From then to now.
Yeah.
No doubt. Been a while since Jamie Bruce has put in a meaningful keeper in the boat. Caught him good this morning. Lost a big one, then caught another one even bigger right after. Immediately
They
after.
didn't totally pack up and abandon.
Making a Trey Schroeder move right here. He's been hunkered down all day, all tournament. We'll see where he makes a move too as Jamie Bruce.
I don't know if we're live, but if we are, I gotta throw a shout out to my wife Ashley, at home for 9 days with my 5-month-old Bowen, and all the family for helping out. Thanks, guys. There's a weasel for you.
They don't appreciate the weasel. They appreciate the top 10 check, though. And they'd love to see him in the Bassmaster Classic next year.
Yes, they would. As would he.
Sounds
Trevor
a little
McKinney
bit
has
like
fished
our...
the Bassmaster Classics. Excuse me, Such?
Sorry. I think Jamie Bruce sounds a little like our classic champ, Jeff Gustafson. From the same town, buddies.
It's as big as I thought it was. Couldn't really tell how big it was. Oh my gosh. Thing jumped like 3 foot in the air. Definitely helped. A good one. Hook barely come out. It's a 4-pounder.
To give 12 ounces.
12 ounces he gets from that?
Around thereabouts.
He's the one who really, we talked about Jay Shakurik culling a 3-pounder with a 4.8. Talk about Blake Smith culling a 3.5 with a 5-pounder. Trevor has great opportunity. All it takes is 3 hook sets, and all of a sudden you have culled out all of your weasels, as Jamie Bruce would call them, and you were sitting pretty. And all those who doubted if he was going to win the tournament looked foolish, but finding those is not the easiest thing.
Trevor, despite his young age, has been around, done a lot in the sport of bass fishing. One of those things he has done is to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic in 2021, and he did it during that difficult year of 2020.
Yeah, had to beat his partner Blake Jackson in the bracket in the finals at Lay Lake, and he did so.
He was the 10th of our 13 college bracket classic qualifiers.
He ended up coming back to Lay Lake the next year, Tommy, and they won the wild card. So Lay Lake has treated Trevor McKinney very well. Biggest tournament of his life. He wins to make the Classic.
Yeah. 4. I knew that one.
It was one of those deals where Trevor did not know he won, but Blake knew I did not surpass that halftime score. I knew I was down. I never upgraded. Trevor's going to win, and Trevor thought Blake's good enough to beat me, and he was sweating it until they revealed it.
Trevor's got some work to do today if he wants to win this one. Punch another ticket to a Bassmaster Classic, which would be at the same place, Lake Ray Roberts, north of Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. But we got some time. Got a couple hours fishing time for these anglers here, so we will see what they can get done here on Lake St. Clair. We'll take a quick break and step right back in. Tomorrow, the Summer of Stars caps off with two huge championship games. First, Spain takes on Jude Bellingham and England in the Euro final. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. Eastern. Then in prime time, Messi and Argentina defend their Copa America crown against Colombia. All on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Big doings here on Lake St. Clair as well. Let's take a look at our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ Elite Qualifier standings right now. Of course, EQ Elite Qualifier, guys who fish all 9 opens in hopes of making the top 9 in points. And Eastern Fothergill is a man on top. Eastern Fothergill took over that lead at our last stop, Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma. But look how close, 1 point separating him and Dakota Ebear. Cody Meyer, Evan Kung, I think, came into Eufaula with the lead, but he has fallen out just a little bit, but still so close, and you've got to be in the top 9. Very, very critical. That's what EQ is all about.
Tommy, all those points races, whether it's the Elite Series, Angler of the Year race, those season-long points races are getting tighter and tighter as we have just a few events left in both of our series. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to talk about those top 2 anglers, Easton Fothergill and Dakota Ebear. They were 2 of the last entries into the Opens, if you think about it. Easton, a college angler, wins the College Classic bracket, gets entry into the Opens for the next season. He still tried to balance the college schedule and the Open schedule. If it was a normal year, Tommy, he would have not fished the Opens. He would have just been a college angler for one more year, maybe stepped in for next season. He gets the opportunity to represent, and with just 3 events left, the next one being on his home lake, is he's going in with the points lead by just 1 point over this man, Dakota Ebear, who has made a living fishing all across the country. He was a Tarleton State angler in college. He has fished a professional level, decided, I want to chase the Bassmaster Classic. I want the opportunity to make the Elite Series and fish the Classic. He signed up with just 2 weeks, Tommy, before the first event at Lake Okeechobee, and they're only 1 point apart right now. They were 2 guys we expected to do well, and they're showing out with just 3 events left. And this is how their season is compared. You think about 1 point difference through 6 events. How do you get there? Well, Easton started with a top 10, caught a 9-pounder on the final day. He ended up getting 11th in the next event, almost back-to-back top 10s, whereas Dakota had a 31st, pretty solid, and almost a top 10 there. The big struggle for Easton and a lot of our younger anglers was that Santee Cooper event early March, and it really threw a lot of people in the standings way down. But Dakota had a high point, 4th place there. Dakota's been very consistent, no low finishes, just 1 missed cut, and that was, or 1 missed check cut, and that was at Eufaula, our last place, which 45 people get paid. He got 46th, so very consistent. The only inconsistent was the 83rd for Easton, but he made up for it by winning our last Open at Eufaula, Oklahoma. He will be in the Bassmaster Classic, and he's only the 2nd angler ever from the College Series out of the 12 or 13 who've represented to win and make the Classic and then go into the Opens and win again that same year. So 2 seasons in a row he will be in our Bassmaster Classic, and he made the cut this year in the Classic, got 16th place. So Easton will be one at Ray Roberts to keep an eye on as well.
3 tournaments left in this season for the Opens. Unbelievable.
And you've got about 85 points from 1st to 9th. With 3 events and 225 boat fields, that's a lot of movement still.
Oh, yeah, plenty, potentially. Get over to Aaron Jagfeld. Aaron has been steady up there in the top 3 all day.
Of course, there's big waves coming in right now. Take our time. I think it's gonna help. It's not a giant, but oh my gosh. don't know. It's gonna be close. It's a decent one though. Gotta get rid of a 360. Oh, of course my scale shut off. Have to beam them.
See if that one helps. Aaron, keep track of that for you. Let's. Get out to Jamie Bruce. A little slower in this middle to last part of the day. Jamie did a lot of his good work this morning, put himself in second place and has hung in there a good long time. Finds himself a little over 3 pounds back of our leader.
One hit wonder. Shot of life though. What do we got here, little one? I mean, not a little one. Got up in the grass and relocated the perch and saw a couple right away, but she is ghost town where it's all been going down. Non-scoreable. Feels good to bend her up again though.
Won't make the cut for Jamie Bruce, as per his live well. So our lone Canadian in the top 10 today. Fish on here. We'll get another one right quick.
Oh, there's a wolf pack. Yep. That'll eat. Quick little move and we're back on them. Gone. Oh. Was a bit of a helper.
Now do what you did earlier, Jamie, and just catch the bigger one of the wolf pack on this next cast.
There's a whole pack of those things. Haven't made a cast in here all week. Oh, where'd you go?
See his bait dropping. The tick marks at the top represent distance out in front of the trolling motor. He's got his set to 110.
Like you can out in the depths, that's for sure.
He casted to about 50. hoping to keep it right above that grass, Joey, so that they come up out of it and reveal themselves?
Yeah, sometimes you can
tiny subtleties.
Little, like you just said, tiny little subtleties down in those little, the little bit of grass you can see on the bottom, maybe just a little bit brighter spot that's inside that grass. Try and make an accurate cast, get that bait to fall down, and then hope that you see a big blob come out of that grass and eat it. And sometimes you don't, you might see something and it may not be nothing, but you got to make those casts to see them.
Though. That was a pod of big ones.
Different colors, you can change it to an amber, maybe a yellow, maybe an orange, to get it to pop differently on different, whether rocks or grass. And so for this, with it looks like it's about a foot, maybe a 1.5 foot tall grass. It could vary and maybe drop 4 or 5 inches and be shorter somewhere, and that's where they're hiding right around that change or a little hole in the grass.
Yeah, this is my preferred palette right here. I use this all the time. This is what I like. This is what I want on St. Clair, and I feel like a lot of times I can see those fish pretty good in the grass with that right there, that color. But I like his choice.
It's interesting. Jay Shakurit's color palette. We saw Corey Johnston's. Those are very similar. Justin Hamner's is a little bit more of a darker, richer tone of like amber towards like almost a burnt orange. And then Robert G, he ran green, the green and black at Smith last week, and at Toledo earlier this year.
Yeah, a lot of guys have their own preference on what they're used to, and that's what I've used from the beginning, and I feel like my eyes just trained to it. And people ask me all the time, which color should I use, this and that. And I think you get one you like and stick with it and let your eye get trained to it, and you'll be able to get better at it with time.
How important is it also setting that depth or the distance? Jamie had it 110 feet out, and a fish at 110 feet with it scaled out that far looks a lot different than if you had it compressed to 50 feet. That same fish is going to look even bigger, but knowing that you can tell fish sizes based on, you're honed in on that scale.
Right. The key though is not so much the forward range, it's more of the down range. So what you want to do is to keep the bottom of the lake in the middle of your screen, and that's going to allow you to, if you keep that consistent, no matter what depth you're fishing, you're going to be able to gauge the size of the fish better and more consistently.
Jamie has certainly found a wolf pack of them, but not a helper, and then loses one. Hopefully gets this one in the boat, and it can maybe upgrade, but he's got a great bag already. Oh. Waves.
Get in the boat.
Ronnie, my heart's going crazy.
Now you know how we felt watching you last year with this.
I can't even stand watching this.
We found him. Slid up skinny. Old grass pigs. Oh, grabbing them is just a rodeo.
That's
I'll
right.
say. He's a host of Get the Net
Especially when you lose
podcast
a
up in
couple, you
Canada.
start
He really wants to do
second-guessing
that.
yourself. If you've ever grabbed a bass before,
Jamie Bruce, Kenora, Ontario, same hometown as our 2023 Bassmaster Classic champ, Jeff Gustafson.
He wants to make the Classic.
Oh yeah,
they probably rib him all the time about that.
Absolutely. That is way far west in Ontario. That is west even of International Falls, Minnesota. It's that far west. He would, right, Ronnie? He's trying to make the Classic as hard as he can. He's just got a real tough guy ahead of him as it stands right now. Jay Shakura certainly putting on a show for us today with a good lead that looks better and better with every passing minute. And we're into the final 2 hours of fishing right now. Into the final 2 hours of fishing here on Lake St. Clair. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7. Macomb County, Michigan. Lake St. Clair is just an incredible place. This is our final day.
Last stand for these 10 anglers who have made it all the way out of that field of 220 plus to have one more shot. And who loves bass fishing wouldn't like any kind of shot, an extra day on Lake St. Clair. That's what everybody's looking for. These folks probably wish they were bass fishing right now instead of just bouncing around out there in that little boat.
They need to know what they're missing, at least missing out on.
It's been great today. Our live coverage has featured the man who won here last year, the Bassmaster Elite Series, Joey Cifuentes, man who has his picture on the wall in our set here, as a matter of fact.
Cool.
We haven't pointed that out. See, he's right back there. Yeah. Good picture. I don't know, Joey. It's looking more and more like Jay Shakur the closer we get. Of course, we got plenty of time left for big things to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten those big quality fish in the boat early in the day, and he's really kind of stacked them in there, and he's kept going. And man, he's one bite away from putting it away, in my opinion.
Yeah. You came in last year, second place, 11 ounces behind going into the final day. You knew I've caught 3, maybe 4, 5 pounders each day. I need to catch 5 5-pounders on the final day. When you caught that last one and we saw you driving into the weigh-in, a lot more relaxed, what was going through your mind? Because it is Lake St. Clair. Someone else could have caught 5 5s that same day too.
Yeah, you know, like you said, you have to have one of those big days going into that last day. And man, I just had one of them dreamy days, man, and they just kept stacking, like, you know, kind of like Jay's done, and they kept going, and I had that fish jump in the boat. I mean, I don't know, man, it was just
meant to be.
Meant to be. It's meant to be, and it happened. I love it.
You were fishing in a place where you knew you were getting less bites than the other guys, and you know, who were left at that point in the tournament. But that didn't worry you all because you were around the right ones.
Yeah, you know, throughout that practice, I wanted to find a place like that where I didn't want to catch a bunch of fish. I wanted to catch 5 quality fish in that 4.5 to 5 pound range to give me a chance to win the tournament. That was my mindset going in. I'd fished that lake plenty of times to know that, and once I found that area, I was just all in on it.
Part of a special year for you, the 2023, absolutely. We'd like to take a look back at that, and not only that win at St. Clair, but the second stop of the year. First time the elites had been to Lake Seminole in a good long time, and man, that's where the world got to introduce to you. Give us your thoughts about that tournament with the perspective of time now.
Yeah, you know, I had been fishing for a few years, and I've had my ups and downs, and I wanted to get that win, you know, kind of like you said, introduce people to me out there in the fishing industry and in the world, and see what I'm all about, and it just worked out. You know, I got that win on Seminole, and man, it was big for me and my family, and I'll never forget that moment. You know, just loving the sport of bass fishing. You know, it's just a great sport to be out there doing, and can't wait to get back out there and get another win.
Tommy, the fact of the matter is that he wins 2 elites last year, and going into the final 2 days of the season, he still hadn't wrapped up Rookie of the Year. How? I mean, your heart must have been beating like,
tough it was
what do I
out here
have
last
to
year.
do to win Rookie of the Year?
That's right. We kept going on and on about that, and it's still remarkable.
Man, that was a stressful end of the season for sure, you know. But I ended up pulling out 11th place at Champlain, and then, you know, had a decent enough finish there to, you know, Fajita had to win. He had to win to do that. And I was on the phone with you trying to figure out, hey, am I going to do this or not? And it all worked out.
So Patrick Walters will be your best friend today, because if he wins, then you know you'll win Rookie of the Year.
There you go.
And here's Jay. He's the one that got to hand me that Rookie of the Year trophy.
Yeah, that's right. That was awesome. The 22.
He's actually 1 point behind you, too, with Fajita. They both had 697. You had one more.
Wow.
They're just coughing everything up that they eat.
That or he's got something stuck in him or something, I don't know. Oh, he's blind. Yeah, he's skinny as hell.
Probably not going to be a 4-4.
He thumped it though. Yeah, he's got the 5-pound frame. Ain't gonna do anything. probably not even 4 pounds. No.
Kind of like your St. Clair win, Joey. You were left alone in your Seminole win, but I was more shocked at the Seminole win that you were left alone because you were in like the most
meat and
glaring
potatoes of the-
spot
yeah,
on the
yeah.
body of water that time of year, and that had to be a little eerie for you probably arriving and no one's around and you're like, I'm either gonna do really good or really bad right now.
Yeah, but I mean, I knew pretty quick that it was a pretty special spot. The worry is, you know, later in the tournament, if more people decide to, hey, I'm gonna go check that,
Yeah.
if you're gonna get some pressure with you or not. But that spot really panned out that I didn't have anybody there, and took advantage of it and got some of those big fish in the boat, man. And it was.
You weren't under the ray. You led the last 3 days in that
Yeah.
tournament.
Yes, sir.
didn't you? Yeah.
The big final, or big second day.
Yeah, I mean,
Trying final morning
to
though,
an untrained
so
eye,
you
it
got it
just
going.
looks like a zoo. You can see the grass is kind of clumped up. It's not that stringy stuff. I'm not even sure what it's called, but you're just hardly looking for a blob in there. The good news is these ones in the grass are dumber, so they're easier to catch. We can be shorter range, make more casts, but it is a lot harder to see them. I'm used to looking at this stuff walleye fishing, so like they'll really get in there and hug it, and there are a lot of walleyes in this grass too. You can see one just hovering there at 30. We're gonna try to get it on him. Just gonna get this rocker jig up over him. I mean, he's close to the boat, a lot closer than you want him, but it's still worth a shot. They're not the big, obvious, wide open blobs like they are in the open water, but this is where they want to be. This is where we'll hunt them down. I just ran through everything on high that Jack York and myself have been, and a lot of other good anglers have been in this area catching a lot of big ones, and I did not see much out there. Maybe Jack found more than I did, but definitely saw a depletion, and there's too many bass here for them to just, you know, all be gone. So I don't have time to go out into the abyss and look for them. So we're just gonna put her on high and just take a bunch of pot shots at this grass. I just got an 1/8 ounce head now and rocking it over. And when you find one, they'll eat it, as you just saw, but it's all about finding them now. It's not like there's any special features I'm really looking for. It's just grab and go.
There's the aforementioned Jack York. Been a while since we checked in with him. Been a while since he's got his last keeper, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he had a really, really big one to start his day, basically.
Glad I brought the old leaning post.
Bruce started 4th place. Shakir was 2nd. Shakir had him by 1 pound 9 ounces. With 23.12 on
professional.
Shakir's bass track, means Bruce would need 25 and a quarter or
Yeah.
so.
Jamie talking about the walleye fishing. Of course, his headquarters is over there, Lake of the Woods area. Has done his share of smallmouth and walleye guiding through the years.
And he talked about it on the phone. He was the one who
Whoa.
mentioned it. Like, man,
What was that?
I'm a northerner.
Did you see that? Just ripped up.
I'm a northerner. I fish
bass,
a
I
lot of
just don't
smallmouth
know.
lakes, but this is just nothing like
Man.
anything else. This is a different body of water. Structure fishing is
I want to
key
throw a
for
jerkbait over this
northern
stuff,
lakes,
but
but not here.
there's way too many floaties. It's just going to get messed up every cast.
Jack hooked up for us here.
A little different than the
Little guy.
big spoon he was throwing at Eufaula, Oklahoma.
Yeah, it looked like a full-length mirror.
Oh man.
Thought he might have been bigger. Small. 270.
A little bit too small to make the team there for Jack York, angler from the Lake Fork area. Down in Texas, as we mentioned, a good tournament last time. Previous Open at Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma. Jay Shakurit hanging on to that lead. Man, he's been tenacious at the top there. He's not really letting anyone catch up to him. That's been the theme for the last 4 or 5 hours here. Jamie Bruce, Aaron Jagfeld, Trevor McKinney climbing slowly back up to where he needs to be. He's going to have to really catch him in the last hour and a half if he wants to get the job done. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Reels at Lake St. Clair, Macomb County, Michigan here. 10 anglers on this final day. Many of our top 10 in the EQ or elite qualifying tournament regimen here. That's all 9 events you qualify for all season long, trying to make your way to the next step up, the final step up to the Bassmaster Elite Series. But plenty of talent at this level as well. It's certainly been on display today in the person of Jay Shakurit, who is a Bassmaster Elite Series angler. We've also seen great things from the likes of Jamie Bruce, Trevor McKinney, Aaron Jagfeld, Trey Schroeder, having his best tournament of the season on the EQs this 2024 year.
Four anglers out there that have different intentions. With Jay is fishing a division, but he's going to be in the Classic already, trying to steal another spot away. And Jagfeld and Jamie Bruce, single division, and Taku, just one event.
Yeah.
So normally the Opens EQ guys take the single division guys to the woodshed, or take the single event guys to the woodshed. But today, they got some work to do, so they don't get their spots stolen in the Classic. This is right. One of those qualifiers.
This is Division 3, and this is the first event of Division 3. That's the Northern Division, I guess you could say. It's this one, Leech Lake in Minnesota, and the Upper Mississippi.
And I'm really looking forward to that Leech Lake one. That is a lake that's never been tapped at big-time competition levels. And it's largemouth, it's smallmouth. Upper Minnesota is a special place anyways, especially next month. It's hard to find good fishing lakes in August.
Oh, yeah.
And Minnesota, upstate New York, those are the places. And so I'm really looking forward to that one.
Jay Shakurit hooked up again.
Fish number 3,000.
Yeah.
Stay on.
That's a good one.
It is.
Let's frickin' go.
Oh, crumble. That's
wow,
the way you
that's
do
a
it. That's great.
Dude, huge.
Gee whiz.
That was a really big one. It toppled
we got
our
red
leader.
wine in the crew in the background.
He may win this tournament
That's a
25
tank.
pounds a day.
That is a tank.
Nice fish, man. Look at that thing, dude. That's got the frame.
Hell yeah, brother.
Oh my goodness, dude.
It's over 5.
Oh my God.
somewhere around 5.5. 5.5!
Wow. The kid's just really good, Tommy.
Yeah,
he
I
is
think
really
I
good.
think you're not going too far out on a limb to say that.
Could match Jack York's Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the Day. Get the 25-year-old.
And he said around because there's probably a little wavy.
Fourth
Probably didn't get an estimate. It could be 5 3/4. I would err on that side of it. And we got to have 3 straight days of a 6-pounder, Tommy, right?
Well,
we got to have,
I mean,
somebody's got to catch a 6.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the law, isn't it?
Just call it a 5 1/4. It's fine. Just trying to make sure I got the right fish.
Sneaky J. We'll have to call him Sneaky
Between
J.
2 and 3.
That is his 4th 5+ in the live well. He's got one listed as listed at 4.4. Is that right?
Yeah, he's going to get rid of that.
And he may have already have made up for the deficit there with whatever measure the 5-pounders are above 5 pounds in truth when they go on the real scale. So,
man,
he may be at the 25 pound a day mark.
To do it after pressuring these fish for good weight. Ooh.
Well, that familiar music. Ooh. I guess, Ronnie, you get to take it over.
I get how, we talked about a rising star on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Tommy. Stevens Point, Wisconsin, young angler, fishes as a co, works his way up the ranks, comes to the Elite Series, wins an elite event his rookie year, takes Rookie of the Year, does the first Century Club on all smallmouth, and has been ever so consistent. It could be a stingy southern river, largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass, reservoirs, does not matter. Jay Shakurit is one to watch every event going forward, blueback herring lakes even included. He has been masterful this season and he's carrying it into the open. And that catch right there, Tommy, I mean, that is...
Yeah, added to all that, he catches a 5-pounder, hoists it up, says, let's go, and immediately hits the deck.
Just takes the fall.
That's doing it.
I thought he was purposely lounging on us. Yeah, I'm just going to get a little horizontal
he's
here.
Tired of lifting heavy bass.
He's not one to fall down on the job. That's for sure. 3rd year in the top 10 of the Elite AOY.
Aaron Jagfeld.
And that is who, and I'll give this compliment, Trey McKinney, after his mistake at Smith Lake, he said, man, I can't believe I gave everybody, all those points back. Where's Jay Shakurit? His first question. Jay wasn't even 2nd, 3rd, or 4th in points. He just said, where's Jay? How far is Jay back? He said he's in 6th or 7th. He said, okay. Keeping an eye on that guy for the Northern Swing.
Bit it like
Absolutely.
a drum. One thud. Good one too.
He was tied with Shakurit, Jagfeld. He could become another anomaly winning his very first B.A.S.S. entry. You know who did it last? Did a story on him. Bill Perkins in Oneida.
Oh, yeah.
Won his very first.
Wasn't he the cop? Any of the
insurance guy.
Oh, he was an insurance guy. Okay. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that sucks. Dang. 4.5 plus.
Broke off.
Don't know what happened there. Just popped off. Didn't touch the line or anything. It's part of it though. Can't catch them all.
It's a good attitude.
Yeah.
He's got some headroom. He's got a 3-0 in his 5 fish and a couple 4-0s. 4-4 back of Shakurit.
Back to Taku Ito now in 6th place. After getting up there a little bit during the morning.
Not big.
No, bye-bye.
So Taku Ito, one of our 3 Bassmaster Elite Series anglers who have switched on over to the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens for this week. Unable to get a break on that one right there and get any sort of upgrade out of that. Someone is downgraded to a towing situation out there on the lake right now. Hope things work out for them. We got more fishing. Absolutely. This tournament far from over now, but Jay Shurit definitely in the lead. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Reels at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Well, time is getting shorter here in the 6th stop of the year for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Many of our anglers in it for the whole ride, all 9 events. Have been seen a lot so far this year. Let's take you back to the start. Back in February, as a matter of fact, we showed up down at Lake Okeechobee in Florida, and we've always got a traditional local who's pretty good there. Scott Martin would be that guy this time around.
Yeah, and Tommy, we have been to Lake Okeechobee plenty in our Bassmaster career. But we haven't been to Clewiston in a long time. The last time we were in Clewiston for a B.A.S.S event, his father won and he was just a child in the crowd. He was able to win in record fashion, 90-plus pounds for 3 days, setting the Opens record, the single-day record, all of those things, margin of victory.
21 pounds.
Absolutely incredible. And then we go to another place, opposite type of fishing, cold in Arkansas for the second event, Lake Ouachita, and Jeremiah Kendi, in front of his home crowd, was able to say, hey, this is my lake. I'm going to defend it well, and he wins.
52 pounds at 3 ounces for Jeremiah Kendi at Lake Ouachita. Great work there. Someone caught about an 8-pounder there, didn't they?
No, a 10-14. Yes,
10-15. Unbelievable.
14 and a 10
for Lake Ouachita.
The locals didn't stop there, though, Tommy. Santee Cooper, early March, before we went to the Bassmaster Classic, we had this event, and boy, for Kyle Austin, someone who missed the elites by 2 spots last year and just 20 points, only weighed in 4 fish on the final day, left the season frustrated, had this one circled, and boy, was able to defend his own turf. Second largest weight in Opens history.
Scott Martin.
To just Scott earlier this year. He's going to the Classic. And the locals don't stop there, Tommy. Josh Butler, Logan Martin Lake.
Is that another fish?
Josh Butler learned to fish on Logan Martin and adjacent creeks there, wire to wire. Over there, 49 pounds for 3 days of fishing.
Had a giant bass on day 1 that helped propel him, get him in the lead, and help keep him there. He really was patient. Had a shad spawn deal going on in the morning, caught a quick limit, culled out 4 of those, but had 1 3-pounder he was able to keep. Culled them all out when the current started moving at the dam, and he wins. But finally, our college bracket champion, Easton Fothergill, who started so slow on this final day, he broke the streak of the locals due in part to this 8-plus pounder, 8 and 12, Tommy. This has been the year of giant fish on the Opens.
Incredible. Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma proved to be a good place to have one of these tournaments. Massive place, over 100,000 acres. The Easton Fothergill, man, what an incredible year and a half he has had.
It was still in doubt even with an 8-12, Tommy. That was only his 2nd or 3rd keeper of the day. He sat on 3 for a while. The wind started blowing. He picked up a bladed jig, was able to fill his limit, and then ended up taking the victory there. He's going back to the Classic. All those guys who just won are going to next year's Classic, and that doesn't make it any easier for the Elite Series anglers who qualify, because that is a stud field of winners.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Past pros, future pros, current pros, college creds, everything in between.
Like you wouldn't have to bring your game to Ray Roberts. No, you got to bring your game to Ray Roberts for sure. As is every Classic, that's the case.
These guys aren't fishing today, but they had pretty decent tournaments to get up in the EQ standings. Paul Marks, 11th, finished 11th. He's 11th in points.
Yeah.
Tucker Smith up to 4th in points. Emil Wagner, 10th in points. Loberg was in there, but he's bumped up to 7th. And Bobby Bakewell came inside, and he's in 8th.
Bobby is hanging tough, the Floridian.
Oh, man.
The young Floridian is hanging tough.
Loberg with a good tournament at Eufaula. So.
Jay Shakur with fish number 3001.
Oh, no.
Hooked up right now.
Oh, no.
On the list, Trey Schroeder has 20 on Bass Track, and Shakur has 14 now.
15.
Trevor hooked up also.
Very crucial for Trevor.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, it's a bass. It's a nice bass. I think it's gonna help. Can't really tell it. Nah, it don't look that big now.
Jay's did not help. Trevor thinks this one might.
Jay's getting disrespectful. He's just boat flipping ones that he's not even considering.
I still got 3 1/4 in there. Ain't gonna help. No way.
Trevor's almost to a 4-pound average today on day 1 at 27.12. 5.5 pound average.
Very hard on these, especially on this lake, to be consistent over 3 days. Everything has to line up and work out and go your way.
Let's get back out to Trey Schroeder. Trey currently sitting in 5th place. About 4.5 pounds behind our leader, but he's hooked up now.
What a freaking move. Oh, no. How did he just come off? Oh, no. That was a 5 or 6 pounder. Wow. I cannot just believe that.
It has been the story of misses today. 2 of the closest pursuers possibly to Jay Shakurit in trying to reel him in would be Jamie Bruce and Trey Schroeder, and they have both had issues today. Blake Smith said it. First 6 fish yesterday he lost.
We just made a big move back over to a place we made a coal earlier, and my first cast out there I just dumped an easy 5+. But there's fish here and we got more on us as I'm speaking. They're toads too. But yeah, just had a big one. He had it good, I thought. Somehow he just came off. Oh, do it. Yeah, there's giants out here. Oh yeah. Come and get it. Yeah, emotions are high right now. We feel like we just need really 2 more really good bites to give ourselves a fighting chance at this thing. I feel like our execution hasn't quite been there today. We've lost 2 fish I would have at least liked to weigh in, or weigh at least. But we're gonna keep plugging. There's big fish swimming around out here, and hopefully we can get another one of these big girls to bite. I mean, they are dinosaurs out here.
Well, Trey says they're down there. Just going to wait them out there, try to do everything you can to get a couple of big bites. That's all that's left to you. Not even really an hour's fishing time left when you figure in average travel time probably for these guys here. So
especially the ones on the shipping channel in the middle of the lake.
Yeah, that out there. Weigh-in's going to be here on will be on Bassmaster.com. The weigh-in here in St. Clair. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern time. You can definitely check that out. It's going to be at the Harley Ensign Boating Access site there near the mouth of Anchor Bay. We'll be right back. We're back live, Lake St. Clair in Michigan. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Reels. Live coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. All day long, it's been a great pleasure. We got some more fishing for you here on FS1 in a few minutes. As these anglers get into the last hour of it. We're getting down to the moment of truth is getting closer and closer, looming ahead for these 10 who have worked so hard to get here on this day. They have a shot at this trophy, the 6th stop of the year of 9 events on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. First one at the northern swing here. Have 3 events up north. And wrap it up over in South Carolina, Lake Hartwell, the season finale. Plenty more time to get the job done for all of our competitors out here. And we have to salute the 10 who have made it today. They have certainly worked hard. And of course, I don't feel sorry for them. They got to fish on St. Clair for 3 days. Come on.
Yeah, honestly.
We're not offering any sympathy. Envy is the only thing we can offer.
Like that's the perfect reaction when they're like, my hands are so cut up from catching so many fish this week. And I'm like, oh man, that's not even first world problems. That's like heavenly problems.
Yeah. It's like
the first
beyond.
one, the next one hit it at the fall, and a lot of times when that happens, it just you just get the hook in a weird spot. So it happens, but there's fish around. There's gold in them hills.
Jamie Bruce, 3 pounds and 13 ounces back of Jay Shakurit.
It's one of those situations where it's not like Robert G. He might have been in the lead and didn't win, but he didn't lose. He just got beat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, he did his job. 12.5 pounds of Smith was very solid weight. Only person to beat him was Taku's
We're
big
on the
day.
right program now, at least.
Trevor McKinney didn't lose. He just got beat today. Jay Shakurit has brought it, no doubt.
He has outfished them all. There's no doubt about that. 24 pounds, 12 ounces. We think maybe closer to 25 pounds today.
It's the same thing Taku did. Taku did this every day at Smith, even though it was a tougher tournament, got better weight-wise every day. Pretty sure Jay Shakurit's going to be right there on getting better every day.
What's the best 3-day total we've ever had at a 3-day tournament here? We've had
This fighter had like 77.
77, yeah.
That was in the fall for the AOI championship,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
We told him, go out, and when you catch 21.5, let us know, and we would, okay, he would have caught the Century Club. Like, you know, that's the only way you know.
This weight before this season with Scott Martin and then Kyle Austin would have been in the top 5 total weights in Opens history.
Oh, yeah.
Where we Lane 72
right
was
last year.
Fifth.
It would have been, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
So Jay's at 74 even, which would have him 8th, and it'll be only smallmouth event bigger weight-wise was Corey Johnston at the St. Lawrence in 21 when we had it in the fall, like it was a September one.
There they are, our top 4. Of course, Trevor McKinney, lower right, 27 pounds plus on day 1 here. Still likely going to stand as the best single-day catch during this tournament.
I asked Trevor last night, you know, obviously he wants to win. Anything less than that's a disappointment when you have a shot to win because they don't come around too many times in the Opens to get a chance to win. But this is a great event for him to keep him in the points race. I think it keeps him in the like 18th place in the points, and he'll be about 80 points out. So
yeah,
he'll be able to make a jump over these next 3 if he can. But for him, he is a shallow crankbait, flipping, big Texas rig worm kind of kid growing up, and he said he spent a lot of time even fishing lakes that he knows at home to get better at his electronics, because he knew that you're going to have to either do that on the Elite Series or these smallmouth events are going to be a worry, and you don't want to ever go to what we would say a gunfight with a knife. Yeah. And that's St. Clair if you're not prepared for it.
Nothing.
Or a leech lake, or whatever the case may be.
The bite blind casting. Going old school. Still don't see it. Might have just been a grass chunk.
Ever hooked up again?
I think it'll help. Probably 3.5 at least. Come on, dude. Well,
Trevor saying that one's going to help him a little bit there. A bit of an upgrade here later on in the fishing day. Again, these guys have less than an hour's time before check-in and weigh-in.
Those
Back
who
at
are
Harley Ensign Center there.
Those who are at the shipping channel probably got to start heading back at some point soon. If you're
sooner
fishing
rather than
here,
later,
you
for
can
sure.
kind of fish right up to the last 5 minutes.
But we have not been short on fish catching today, and good ones too. Nothing compares with this place, it seems, year in and year out. We're just great production, smallmouth. Great anglers out here who have navigated through these 3 days. First 2 days, a huge field, stacked with great anglers. Congratulations to all our 10 today who put on such a great show. But Jay Shakura, man, oh man, he is doing it. Going in style on this day, he'll be a hard one to take down.
This last hour, though, unlike other species in the summer, smallmouth bite just fine now.
Coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. Thank you, Joyce Fuentes. You'll stick with us for that. And got horse racing around the corner, Saratoga Live. St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 Reels. This is it, Lake St. Clair. Thank you if you're joining us from FS1, where we've been for the last 5 hours, or maybe you're just checking us out on your phone right now. Our live coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium today, all day long. And we have seen plenty. Lake St. Clair never disappoints. It's been far from a disappointment for one Jay Shakura, former Rookie of the Year. Man from Wisconsin with a Great Lakes background. He says his favorite fishery is, I think it's most Lake Michigan. Yeah, Sturgeon Bay.
Yeah,
Sturgeon Bay.
Yeah, Sturgeon Bay.
Comes from a walleye family and a bass fishing family. It is a bass fishing family for sure with him in there. And he is just really going to town on this last day. It's been a pleasure to watch, and very impressive. Impressive newcomer, a local in this thing, Aaron Jagfeld.
I don't know how big he is. I don't think he's very big. Walking around without shoes on. It's hot. Oh. Come on. I don't think he's gonna help. Wait, that's how they're eating it. That's why that one pulled off. Just barely getting it. It's the only thing I can get him to bite too. That ain't gonna help.
You're just learning about Aaron Jagdfield.
Dude, put my shoes
just
back.
graduated from Adrian College. Well, if we called powerhouses, there's a lot more powerhouses of fishing in the South, but one of the powerhouses of northern colleges is Adrian College. There's a scholarship program there in Michigan, and fantastic. And I told Aaron last night on the phone, I said, hey, well, this won't be the last time we'll talk because we'll see you day one of the bracket live.
Right.
In September, being able to see those top 4 teams split into 8 individuals and compete for one spot in the Classic.
Our criteria for bracket is different this year, right?
Yes. While Trevor McKinney's hooked up, it's the national champions get a spot, the team of the year overall get a spot, and the points winners for the Lunkers division and Legends division. So it's all based on season cumulative, other than the national champion winner.
So we still start with 8 anglers, just not all based on their finish in the national championship.
Yes.
Yeah.
4-pounder, I think.
So we currently have half the bracket assembled with points winners. Now Aaron and his partner Elliot, based on their finish in the championship, could win the team of the year overall, and then we would go to second in team of the year because they would have
second in team of the year, not national championship.
Yes,
second in team of the
they
year.
would go to. It would default to the points race, so it's really rewarding a full season. Dang, another lost one for Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
They have been biting funny for a couple guys, but man, we have seen a lot more losses than we normally do.
Yeah.
College bracket site is TBA.
I thought you were about to say it. I thought, I know
don't
what
know
it
it.
is. I
I
thought
don't
you were
know
about
it.
to say it. I was like, I'm gonna let.
Oh, it cannot be told?
I don't know.
Oh.
Glenn's not here to fight me. Like if I said it, so I don't.
So there you go. I guess that's carte blanche for
What
you
would
to
that
do
give
whatever
any
you
anglers
want.
I'll just say
unfair
it's
advantage, though?
not Milford Lake where it was last year. Plot twist.
Oh, that
It's
cuts
not-
it down, right?
It does, yes. I eliminated one lake. It wasn't also on this college schedule this year. I eliminated a couple more lakes.
He might help.
Trey Schroeder, he's a 2-time, I believe, classic bracket competitor.
Yeah, he's probably gonna help.
Trey from McKendree University.
Yes, sir.
As is Trevor.
College partners with Tyler Christie.
Come here, you freaking dinosaur. Landing is not on 10 right now. There we go. Yes, sir. Okay. That'll help. I didn't even get to move the bait. He came up and caught it. Holy cow. Let's freaking cull everything we got out right now. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a heavy guy. Yeah. Number 4.
Going to be some help for Trey, we reckon.
A lot of help.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of help. Get a 4 change.
Blake Smith, his last one was a good one. Almost 5 pounds.
What is it? It's not fighting like a smallmouth, but I mean, I know it is. I saw him. I don't think he's very big. Big enough, really. Okay. Wow. I did not fight him the way I should have fought him. Well, that was kind of a little bit stressful.
Blake Smith with a miss. Trey Schroeder's fish went in as a 5.8, tying for Phoenix Boat's Big Bass.
Wow.
Gets him up to 23 pounds, 15 ounces. Second place to just 3 pounds, 6 ounces back of Shakir It.
I told you guys, Jay Shakir It and Trey Schroeder were my picks earlier in the day. I also had Taku Ito and Trevor McKinney on my team. So we're
really name 4 more, Ronnie. You'll have it covered.
You know, I really thought Jack York was going to hook up right there. Hey, look, he did.
Little guy. Cold, I don't think. Checking. Might. Little fella. Yeah. These suckers don't never give up. Oh, come here. Golly, stop. Check him. I don't think he's gonna call.
Joey, how do you see Champlain and St. Lawrence lining up for you guys? We thought with the higher water level last year, maybe largemouth was a factor for Champlain, but or at least Ty would be able to come into play. That actually probably hurt the largemouth bite because they spread them out more.
Right.
Do you think largemouth can even once again factor? Because they used to be mixed bags to have to win there. Now it just seems like it's all smallmouth.
I really think that it's still going to be dominated by smallmouth. I think it's going to be really similar to last year. Being the same time of year, and I just think the smallmouth fish in there is so good. And but you never know. I mean, if the water levels are right, yeah. I mean, the largemouth could be a player, but I'm going to pick smallmouth. That's what I'm going after. I go up north to catch smallmouth. So we'll see what happens.
Come here.
The St. Lawrence River will still produce
oh yeah,
giant fish. We got a little different scenario this year going out of Waddington, but
that should help the cause.
A little bit longer boat rides and stuff, but so that'll play a little factor in the tournament.
Ain't a giant, but bigger than a 3-pounder. That's for sure. That one actually got it good too. He came swimming straight up. I thought it was tiny. I said it was a walleye at first too. Oh my gosh, now the scale's acting up.
In your position in the points last year, you were fighting for Rookie of the Year and staying right there. Weather was bad day one. You were at the mouth of the lake. You were still in the river for the most part.
St. Lawrence?
Yeah, St. Lawrence. Did you ever go out in the lake day 2 and 3 when it calmed down some more for you guys, or did you stay in the river? And with your position in points this year and winning in is at stake for St. Lawrence, is the lake just no matter what for you?
Yeah, in that tournament I did go out in the lake some, but it kind of was a little rough, and I never found anything that I had a lot of confidence in. I knew if I stayed right there at the mouth of the river that I could do, make a top 20 finish to keep me in that Rookie of the Year deal. And this year, haven't had a great year. I'm going all in on the lake. Obviously, I can stop in the river and fish in a few places, but no, I'm going to be in the lake 100%. Yeah, different completely different mindset going into this year.
Kind of like an Aaron, kind of like a Taku. It's win or nothing. Jamie Bruce, win or nothing here.
Got some kayak scenes to show you there to remind you that we got plenty of kayak information for you right here on Bassmaster.com. Kayak, very growing, fast-growing segment of bass fishing, and now definitely into tournament fishing. Guys are out fishing tournaments, catching big bass. We had a big tournament in Guntersville not too long ago. Caught some big ones there. Also Possum Kingdom Lake. Got one coming up later this month, July 27th and 28th at the Susquehanna River, Lewisburg, PA. Check the QR code, scan it, find out everything you need to know about the Yamaha Right Waters Kayak, Bassmaster Kayak Series. We got more to find out here. We're going to find out who wins within the hour here, that's for sure. But more fishing until then. Coming right back. Been just a gorgeous, perfect, I should say, day here in Michigan. This St. Croix Bassmaster Open, presented by 7 on Lake St. Clair. Perfect day, great fishing conditions, and we have seen some great fishing during the course of this final day. As Ronnie Moore mentioned earlier, for all of our anglers, all that's guaranteed in the last 3 events of the season, that's all we have left, and all that's guaranteed are 2 days of fishing for each event.
Yeah, and
6 total.
usually, Tommy, when we get towards the end of the year, it peters off. When we have 150 boat fields, it's smaller, it's the people still in the running for things. With the Division III being max capacity, we're going to have 220, 225 anglers almost every event leading up to the final one, and so there's going to be plenty of room to move a lot more points on the table for people.
Godzilla.
Uh-oh.
Lord, you know how bad I need this fish.
Blake Smith still in 8th place.
Don't jump.
Oh.
What a giant. What a giant. No! No! You've got to be kidding me. Dang it.
I know that feeling. It's rough.
Ejection.
I feel sick right now. It was a 5+ pounder right there.
I'll time it out.
Likely been his best fish of the day.
Stuck in the arm as well. Yeah, it would have been another Cole like his 5 for a 3.5 earlier.
Yeah.
See the difference when you're able to make a long cast? They bite it. You have to make them short little flicks. It's like they don't want it.
Before break, Aaron Jagfield caught that 4.5 pounders up to 22 pounds. He's the closest to Jay secured anybody's got in a while, 212 back.
It's just weird. I've never once gone to the scales with 22 pounds and been mad, but there will be many people doing that today. You know?
I'm looking at 3 of them right now.
Trevor McKinney, our 2-day leader, is the only one without 20 pounds on Bass Track so far today.
See if Blake can do like Jamie Bruce did earlier, turn right around and catch another good one.
Forget about that other one.
A heartbreak.
And the head shakes are violent down there. He's like, let me throw that hook.
And we got to remember, these aren't Anchor Bay fish. These are main channel. You don't feel like there's current in St. Clair, but there is quite a bit of current.
There's a lot of current.
So these fish are even more keyed up with strength to swim around.
Let's see if we can get this one in the boat.
Yes!
I think you were going swimming for him if you had to.
I would have went swimming for that bad boy right there.
Yeah, see?
Resilience. We got to get rid of a 313. I think he'll do it.
Maybe you won't have any more 3-pounders. All over 4, maybe.
For a 4.8. That's 23.8 for number 5. Oh. My buddy gave me these fin clips right over there. Keep these fish down. Thank you, Jesus.
Plenty of action for Blake Smith at this moment right now. The man from Florida making some headway. May be late in the day, but it's never too late to just keep on moving up that leaderboard. See if you can go rung by rung up that ladder at the end of your fishing day. Still got technically 30 minutes of fishing time, but take away the travel time and a little bit less than that for hour 10. We're coming right back to show you what's left. Getting down to the final minutes, not too far away here for this St. Croix Bassmaster Open, sponsored by 7 on St. Clair, Lake St. Clair, voted number 4 of all the lakes in the world as a bass fishing destination by Bassmaster Magazine for this year, for 2024. I think it held the same position last year, right, Ronnie?
Yeah,
Something like that.
I think that honestly, the top 6, 7, depending on what time of day you wake up and look at it, you could interchange most of them out.
You
and
can make a case for each one of those to be number 1. Yeah.
You don't really want to leave here, but we will give Hank Weldon a break today. He's been doing 400 anglers with opens, pros, and co-anglers the last few days, and all of them catching good weight, wanting to hold up fit. These weigh-ins have been tough. 800 plus people coming across over 2 days. Hank, I'd cut you a deal. You only got to weigh in 10 guys today, okay?
I think he'll take that deal. I think I just received a signal he will take that deal. In fact, and that weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com here at
as soon as we say bye.
1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, as soon as we bid you farewell after 6 hours of coverage between FS1 and Bassmaster.com today.
If it's a bass, I think it is. Oh gosh, the giant one. I need this one bad. It's like a 5-pounder. Come on, Lord. Come on, Lord. He ain't quite 5, but he's definitely a 4. Come on, stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Oh yeah, it's a big one. Oh, it's a 5-pounder. Come on, come on, come on. No! Get over here. Dude, come on. Barely. Yes! Finally, caught a big one. It's a good one.
Not been his best day, but a 1.5 pound coal would be great no matter what time of day it is.
Yeah.
With 30 minutes left in the day.
Dude.
Let's go.
Went in as a
There was
5.
three of them.
to
They were all giant.
Boost him up to 3rd place.
Still got 2 fish just under 4. 3 12s. All 10 have topped 20 pounds today.
Dude, there's just some freaks on this spot right here. I don't know why they will not bite.
Gotta have at least 24 for him, because his nearest pursuer, Jay, was only 11 ounces behind. So he'll have to have within the same fighting weight if he does get into a flurry in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's got 21 pounds. It says he's 3-1 back, so another 3.5 to 4 pounds.
That's the only,
exactly right.
That's the only problem with this, though, is this isn't a flip a jig by a dock, set the hook, swing it in.
No.
Each catch takes 3 to 4 or 5 minutes, and so you got to either horse them, and something could happen. And Joey, so you're like, those last casts, I got 5 more casts when I have 15 minutes left. I have 5 more. If I hook up, I have 5 more casts.
Yeah. Those fish, man, they just sit there and fight and fight and fight, and it just takes a lot longer. And then you got the boat wake too to go on top of that, and that adds to the length of time of getting the fish in the boat, So.
And you better have your fish in your live well evaluated so you can quickly cull.
Absolutely.
You don't want to take a minute to cull. You want to just take a moment.
Yep.
Not enough time for any of that. Take another look at that. Good one. Waiting all day for this one was Trevor.
There, did a little dance for you.
When they come out there a long ways like that and jump, that's when you know it's a big one.
Sometimes it's so far out there it feels like a blue marlin, when they jump and surface.
I've seen it so many times though with a smallmouth, and out there on the end of your cast, like if one comes straight up, it's a good one. Typically, they come up and jump.
Trevor wisely not weighing that one, getting it in the box, the other one out with dispatch.
Yeah. He'll know the weight in about 20 minutes of it, so I might as well put it in there.
Schroeder looks like he's bounced around, moved out a little bit.
I'm thinking that, we caught a pretty good bag today. We did our job. We didn't bomb. That was the main goal of today. I didn't think there was a chance after practice that we'd be here today, so I'm super excited to just have the opportunity to fish today, catch some good fish, and made some good decisions late in the day, which really just gives me the confidence that I'm where I belong, and I really hope to continue with this career path. Want to make it big and be able to compete against these guys every week, not just today. But that was a lot of fun. I think our execution could have been a tad bit better, but we can't complain. We got a nice bag, and we're going to check in a little early. Mistimed that, but we're going to get in and weigh these suckers in. Yes, sir.
Having a fun time. You got to admire Trevor for that. That is good. He's got kind of a Trey, I should say, not Trevor.
It's all kinds of, everybody's related.
Now we can Trey, Trevor, and you look at Trey and you say he's got kind of a Trevor Lawrence look going there.
He does. Trevor McKinney.
And Trevor McKinney.
Is he gonna upgrade again?
I think he's gonna help. Long and skinny. I don't even know, 3 3/4 my smallest one, I think.
not going to help.
You start doing that thing, Joey. I still got time. I still got time. And you push it, push it, push it, and hope. I mean, 2 5-pound hook sets. You got what you think you need, you know, that kind of thing. It's always in grasp with a 5-fish limit.
Started out with what, about 14 pounds separating the top 10. It's down to
just
7 pounds now.
Just 4. It was just 4 pounds.
4 even.
4 pounds.
4.
It's widened. Jay has done. Jay has done good work.
All right. The clock is ticking. How long? How much longer can Trevor McKinney stick it out there? Taku Ito, same thing. We'll find out when we come back. The St. Croix Bassmaster Open presented by 7 at Lake St. Clair. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Just about reached the end of our broadcast day here. It has been a day on Lake St. Clair. Thank you so much, all of you who joined us possibly on FS1 all morning, all day long, and here on Bassmaster.com. Ronnie, Joey, we've seen some fish catching today. I mean, we've seen some epic stuff with smallmouth.
Absolutely. Jay dominating, right?
Yeah, Jay, you talk about it. You did this last year. Final day, you were so consistent, but then on that final day, instead of 3 5-pounders, you had 5 5-pounders. And to see Jay incrementally pull away, it was very impressive.
That's a great point. In fact, he did it in Jay style. I mean, he dominated, not with drama and one big emergency giant at the last. He steadily upgraded all day long, just kept his head down, does it the way you do it. Joey, I can't thank you enough for being with us today. I know you'd rather be out there fishing, but I tell you what, it's been great having you in the studio.
It has. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate you guys having me
Well, I hope you will consider doing it again.
Joey gets a little bit of a reset after the first couple events of the elite season. You get to come in here and do Bass Live. You'll go to ICAST next week and talk to everyone in the industry, and then we'll go to the Northern Swing. And after we wrap up the Bassmaster Elite Series season, I wanted to come over to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We'll go back-to-back at Champlain and the St. Lawrence River for the Elite Series, and the season will end. Classic spots will be defined for the most part, a little bit of wiggle room, Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, all decided, and then we will roll over from upstate New York to upper Minnesota for Leech Lake. The first time with B.A.S.S. that we've had an Open or an Elite Series event, or I think an event in general at this body of water. And I was looking at the map, kind of getting a little bit of study, since we know Easton Fothergill, our points leader, it's his home lake. It's one he knows very well. And when you look at Lake Master mapping, it's going to be a very interesting tournament, Tommy. Down here is where the takeoff is. Walker, Minnesota is the host city. Mm-hmm. All that deep blue water, that is the deepest water of this whole body of water. So it gets shallow, and then the main big portion of Leech is varying depths, but we'll be able to see smallmouth in the deep water, probably largemouth in the shallow water. Pick your poison, maybe find a place off to yourself. Maybe you have to fish near a crowd, but it'll be a dynamic 7th event of the Bassmaster Open season. Then we'll go to La Crosse, and then we'll wrap it up with 3 days of coverage at Lake Hartwell for the final event of the season, where we'll determine 9 Elite Series berths and then solidify Classic berths as well.
Really always look forward to La Crosse as well. It seems like we always have a good tight competition there and a lot of drama for some reason or another. Boy, couldn't be bugged by the coverage today, except by looking at bugs.
Exactly.
I mean, it was great. It was
Taku
terrific.
got his hat knocked off a few times and still landed big ones. Absolutely phenomenal tournament. Hey, I'll say this. Ish Monroe was high up in the standings here with largemouth, Tommy. On day one.
Day one, yeah.
24 pounds basically of largemouth, or I think 23 3/4.
23-14, and then he comes in with 14.
He only had 15 pounds yesterday with largemouth. Drops to the 70s, and he went from being right there at the points cut to just outside.
Let's take one final time out and visit with Jay Shakura for just a moment here to sort of wrap up his day.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, today I think I had my best day out of the 3 tournament days on Lake St. Clair. So if somebody caught them better than me, they earned it. That's for sure. But as far as, practice in the tournament went, practice for me, I never really saw what I ended up catching in the tournament. I thought I could catch, like 21 to 23. But, every day of the tournament I've had over 24, which was a little bit unexpected, I'm not going to lie. Overall, I mean, just an incredibly fun week of catching some giant smallmouth. It seems like Lake St. Clair, the fish keep getting bigger and bigger each year. Same goes for a lot of the Great Lakes nowadays. They just keep getting bigger and bigger each year, and oh, I gotta go get a bag over here. But yeah, I mean, I had a pretty good practice, but I didn't think I was gonna possibly have a chance to win the tournament. Had to adjust a little bit in practice, or in the tournament, I should say, with a couple different baits and stuff like that. But overall, I mean, wherever I end up, it's been an awesome week, catching some giant smallmouth.
Take it from Jay Shakura. Awesome week. We all echo that from Jay Shakura.
Good to have Jay join the Opens, and good to have Jamie back on the Opens.
Yeah.
We waited all year to finally see the Division III guys, and they all showed up big this week.
They got more work to do in Division III.
It is what it is. I had a big bag come in contact with my bait, missed a few, lost a few, and I mean, it's smallmouth fishing and grabbing them with your mitts, so that's going to happen. I needed a huge bag to win, so I don't have to worry about that. Didn't leave anything out there. Made a couple late day calls that might move us up a little bit, but it's going to be interesting to watch the weigh-ins. I'm a bass fishing nerd, so I'd be watching this whether I was in the top 10 or not. So we'll go hang them off the scales and see how it goes, and then start the 18-hour trek back home.
Thank you.
We're already in Canada, basically, and still 18 hours to get home.
13 hours for us to get there from Arkansas.
Oh my gosh, how about that? That is phenomenal. There's a guy that's putting the road miles on this week, for sure. Takuito?
Today is a good day, but boat traffic very bad. It's hard to fishing, so it's fun. That's awesome. Three-day tournament. I love St. Clair a lot. It's very awesome tournament. I like that.
Got a feeling we'll see a win from Taku Ito on Lake St. Clair at some point. Every time here, he's in the top 10, whether it's the Elite, the Open, or the first time he was here in the Elites.
Aaron Jagfeld?
The bag to us, and then. 3.
3.
Yes, sir.
Hank wants y'all trailer, cart, and then bring the fish up.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, give me your thoughts on the day, Aaron.
Man, it really didn't go as planned, but I mean, it's just how it goes sometimes. I mean, showed up in the morning, fished right there, and scrambled and put a little something good together there the rest of the day. But it really was a grind. But I had so much fun. I love this lake. I mean, the last 3 days have been an amazing experience, and just to even be out here on a Saturday, day 3 of the Open, has been awesome. But lost a few key fish today, but it wasn't my fault. It's just something that happens. Like, I'm not mad at myself about it or anything, or mad at the fish. It's just a part of fishing, so just something that happens. But overall, had fun today, and probably won't pan out for me with what I got, but still a good day on the water.
Yeah, it was a tough day. I expected to catch them pretty good, but got like 21 pounds, which is a great bag, but to win the tournament, it's not. It's not going to do it, but I had a really fun week on.
And and then bring your fish up. Trailer park, and then bring your fish up.
I had a really fun week this week on St. Clair. This place is unbelievable. There's so many 4-pounders in here. And today it got a little bumpy. We had a little traffic out there. It is a weekend, but overall, I'm happy with this tournament, however it turns out. Whether I win, don't win, I really had a fun time, and that's what it's all about. It's having fun, and maybe one day it'll be my time. I don't know if it's going to be this time, but I sure had a fun day, and look forward to going and weighing these things in, seeing where I stand.
Well, Trevor McKinney's still going to stand as the biggest bag of the tournament. I assume that's not official yet, but I think we can tentatively
I would lock
say
that in, but I will say I'll lock in that Jay Shakira did indeed increase his weight each day. 24, 25, I guarantee you he's got better than 25-1 today as well. So hard to do that nowadays in tournament with pressure.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It's a great way to win a tournament, obviously. Looks like Jay Shakira is going to be the guy, but again, it's not official until we put him on the scales, and that is what we have on tap for you right here at Bassmaster.com. Coming up just minutes away, maybe seconds away, because all of our boats are returning in, checking in, but congrats, hats off to these 10 who have made it through, and all the 221 competitors who came up here and got to go through that ordeal of having to fish for smallmouth on Lake St. Clair. That's really a great deal, but a lot of fun had by all.
Joey, we know the better fish catching is in store for you. It's been a little abnormal seeing your season unfold. We expect a good northern swing from you.
We're going to turn it around. We're going to do some big smallmouth fishing, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Please win one of those for us. Weigh-in begins right now. As a matter of fact, on Bassmaster.com. Thank you for being with us. We're on FS1 and here on Bassmaster.com. We'll have more tournaments coming up in August, and that's when we'll see you again with Bassmaster Live.